Hola, hola.
Eh, Buenas tardes. Para todos los que necesiten traducción, eh, les van a acercar o pueden buscar los dispositivos de traducción simultánea.
Van a ser de francés a español y de español a francés para los que no, para algunos extranjeros que hablan francés. ¿Escucha el micrófono? Buenas tardes a todos. Muchísimas gracias por seguir acompañándonos. Y creo que no es ningún secreto que para Diana y para mí y para todos los que integran el equipo de Bienal Sur, nos emociona un poco haber llegado a esta 10ª reunión. Seguramente muchos de ustedes se acuerdan de aquel 20 de noviembre cuando empezamos estas jornadas y cuando ninguno de nosotros, o nosotros seguramente sí por testarudos, pero muchos de ustedes creían que esto iba a ser imposible. No solo no fue imposible, no solo no se interrumpió, sino que sigue cada vez con más gente interesada. Hemos llamado a un concurso, a una convocatoria libre de artistas, donde ya hay más de 1000 presentaciones, y a una convocatoria libre de proyectos curatoriales que tiene creo que más de 600 presentaciones ya. Y lo más interesante es que estas presentaciones vienen de los lugares más insólitos, no porque sean lugares insólitos, sino porque son lugares muy lejanos para nosotros, y esto demuestra que la difusión y la repercusión que tiene nuestro proyecto está llegando a todos los confines. Bueno, a lo largo de la jornada de hoy y de mañana les vamos a ir contando otras cosas y también cuáles son los proyectos futuros. Quizás lo más importante y que tiene que ver con lo primero que van a ver, que es un Skype de 8 minutos, es que les cuente que una de las grandes originalidades de esta Bienal se está, se está dando. Nosotros nos habíamos planteado que esta Bienal era una Bienal organizada por una universidad. Esto fue después de pensar mucho si correspondía o no que fuera una universidad quien organizara una Bienal. Y no solo nos convencimos de que correspondía por muchísimas razones que tienen que ver con cuál es la función social de una universidad y también por cuál es la función de una universidad en la producción y distribución del conocimiento. Decía que no solo nos convencimos de lo correcto que era que una universidad fuera la organizadora de la Bienal, sino que también nos dimos cuenta que este privilegio no se lo teníamos que reservar a la Universidad de solamente a la Universidad de 3 de Febrero, y salimos por el mundo a buscar universidades. característica totalmente inédita de ser una bienal que desde el punto de vista académico y artístico sea, no sé si la palabra es dirigida, controlada, observada o cuidada por un conjunto de universidades que tienen una profunda vocación por participar y por tener que ver con este proyecto que está planteando algo también totalmente inédito en Sudamérica, que es la articulación cultural de nuestros países, que nunca se había planteado y que fue la base de que nunca se lograra tampoco la unidad política de nuestros países. Bueno, no los aburro más y vamos a ver un video, un pequeño video de 8 minutos, que fue la primera reunión de este comité académico que se hizo entre 11 universidades, porque no pudimos conectar, no las habíamos podido conectar a las otras, pero ya hay 11 universidades participando de esta primera sesión inaugural del comité académico, que es la que les vamos a plantear. De vuelta, gracias. Contemporáneo de América del Sur, y me acompaña Diana Wexler, que es la directora del Departamento de Arte y Cultura de nuestra universidad y directora artístico-académica de la Bienal. La idea de este comité académico es lograr que una red de universidades que están entre las más significativas de nuestro continente pudieran trabajar en conjunto en este proyecto de Bienal Internacional de Arte Contemporáneo, que de ahora en más la vamos a llamar Bienal Sur para evitar tantas palabras. ¿Por qué convocamos a las universidades? A partir de que nuestra universidad se hizo cargo de...
Analysis. This project was somehow a project that we and Anibal Hossami wanted to get hold of. We were thinking of the possibility that some kind of cultural action like this could serve to build a new relationship in the region to allow for a different kind of coordination. The idea is to see if we can make up this biennial, which is essential, and we want to share a few meetings. We have spread them out, and we really want to participate. We're very willing to participate. We give a lot of importance to this meeting of universities and teachers and researchers, and we include different universities that are also involved, as well as artists that are involved. This is a school focused in economy and social sciences, and our interest is to broaden the knowledge of contemporary art in our students and to have several local councils. So we want to bring the experiences that you are having, to bring the experiences that we are experiencing in Rio de Janeiro, and we're very proud to be participating in this event. This is the first instance to get to know this project. I'm going to link the universities to different projects, and we are also going to include the volume of our work. We will continue working to include the universities in this project as well. We are very interested in creating knowledge networks to work with our students and to have young researchers engaged here as well. We believe Bienal Sur is a great platform to encourage knowledge from the South. we have a lot of expectations. We are very happy at the University of the Arts here in Argentina to be involved in this important biennial, and we are focusing our expectations in coordination from the universities. We are happy that the president managed to implement this event. Sala Mendoza has been working with contemporary art for more than 12 years within the metropolitan community, and we have a few projects that we have worked on with art. This for us is vital. Participation of universities can be an ideal platform to generate flexible exchanges, dynamic exchanges between students, teachers, artists, and the work. And from here, we can generate some curatorship proposals, and that is why the university has chosen me, because we can create this link. It's fully innovative and it's extremely interesting as a space now being open. We believe it's something that we're going to see more in the future, and we're very happy to be part of this space and of these universities. At the University of Los Andes in Bogota, we are very happy to have been invited to Sur. And as participants, we have a lot of expectations to create this network and to strengthen the bonds in the region from academia. And we are at your disposal with our projects, with logistics for the Bienal, and we would like to thank you for this.
También nos resulta especialmente
It is
interesante poder
especially
compartir con
interesting for us
ustedes
to be able
estos
to share
materiales y
these
que
materials with
eventualmente
you
puedan
and
elegir proyectos que deseen llevar
to
adelante,
allow
así como
you
sumar proyectos que
to
ustedes
add projects
tengan
that you'd
encaminados
like
en
to
esta política de ida y
unfold.
vuelta y en
And in
esta
this back
acción
and
asociativa que
forth
estamos
policy,
buscando
we
conducir
are
o
looking
encaminar.
to bring this forward. The fact that there is an open call for artists for curatorship projects, we want to foster many projects, and this has to give rise to a number of connections that we still do not have, and these universities have important projects in the cultural field, and they should be able to work among them and to create connections that do not exist yet. I would like to thank you for participating in this event, and I hope in the future we will all feel proud of this meeting and of what we have achieved here. So good afternoon to you all, and thank you very much.
Seguimos. Esperamos esa memoria, la memoria, por favor.
Sí, por favor. Chao.
Goodbye.
Bueno, este encuentro en realidad fue bastante más largo que
This meeting was actually much longer than this excerpt that you saw. There was a lot of dialogue, a lot of concrete exchange on the road to follow, and the agenda that we are going to unfold with meetings and with future projects. At the same time, I would like to go back to what Aníbal said. From now on, this will be called Bienal Sur, because we have started to realize that this is a work in progress and that we want to have these kind of public meetings to be able to generate a project that we believe should be thought of horizontally.
nos dimos cuenta que
So we
esto,
realized that
pensado desde lo que sabemos que son las bienales, termina siendo
when we
otro tipo
think
de
of
proyecto. Por
biennals, this
eso
ends up
empezamos a
being a
hablar del
different kind
proyecto
of
Bienal
project,
Sur,
and that is why we're
ya que
thinking
es un
of
proyecto
Bienal
que
Sur.
en este
It's
sentido
a
aquí hay
project
un
that
aporte que tiene que ver
we
con la
believe
traducción y que
is
no es
related to
menor.
translation.
Marlis nos decía
Marlies was saying when
cuando hablen
you
con gente que habla en
speak with
portugués
people
tienen que
who speak
aclarar que es un
Portuguese, you need
proyecto
to
que
say
es
that this is a
no es
project
cada 2
that
años,
is
sino a
not
lo largo de
happening
2 años. Y
every
este
2 years,
que
but
viene
throughout
de
2
pensar en
years.
otra lengua
And
nos
this
sirve también para introducir
bias
esto que
will
nosotros venimos
also
señalando.
show what we
Esta no
want
es
to
una
signal out.
bienal que sea
This is
cada
not
2
a
años, sino
bienal
que
that
es a lo
happens every
largo de
2
2 años.
years,
Por
but
eso
actually it
empezamos a hablar
goes
del proyecto
throughout
Bienal
2
Sur.
years. That's why we're thinking of the Bienal Sur project.
¿Querés agregar algo? Si no,
Would you
damos
like to add
paso
something? Otherwise,
lo que
we
es
can
la
just
primera
go
mesa, que en
to
este
our
caso, por una
first
razón
table, our first
de
panel.
distancia, la
For reasons
grabamos
of
con
distance,
antelación de
we have
diferencia de horario,
recorded
por lo
it
tanto,
earlier because of
tuvimos una charla muy interesante que es la
time
que
frames
integra
also.
esta
There
primera
was a very
mesa, que es
interesting
con
talk
el
in this
profesor
first panel
Givino, que es
with Professor
además
Hibino, who is
del decano de la Facultad de Arte de
aside
la
from
Universidad de
being the dean
Tokio,
of
es
the
un
University of
artista
Arts in Tokyo,
visual,
is a
performático,
visual
processual,
artist, a procedural artist, and
especialmente interesante.
he
Queríamos
is
compartir
it
con
is
ustedes lo
especially
que fue su
interesting to
conferencia y el
share his
diálogo con él,
conference with
así
you
como un
and
video
also to
sobre
show you a
uno de sus
video
ensayos
of
que
one
nos
of
interesa
his essays
que
that
lo vean y
we
que
think
formaría parte
you
de
should
Bienal
see,
Sur.
and it should be. We think this should be part of Bienal Sur.
Encantado, me llamo Girino.
Encantado, yo soy Aníbal Josami.
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Aníbal Josami. I'm the president of National University of 13 de Febrero, and here together with Diana, we are organizing this Bienal for 2017. Bienal Sur is a project that attempts to reconnect contemporary art with society. We are especially interested in those artistic projects that cannot only be an aesthetic project of interest and quality, but it should also allow to establish different connections with different social sectors. So we are especially interested in your Turn project and your work. Bienal Sur is not a conventional bienal that happens in only one place and in only one city. It actually will have different venues in different places in South America and in some other cities that are associated to the project and that are in different parts of the world simultaneously. This will happen between September and December 2017. This is a project that we thought of a few years ago. It had different alternatives, and last year the university decided to own the project and to be the organizer. At the same time, we put up an academic committee, we organized it for Bienal Sur, and this committee is made up of some 16 universities with one European university, Universidad Complutense de Madrid, some universities in Central America, and other representative universities in South America. This is going to be the first biennial with a sort of academic control with an academic committee that will ensure the rigorousness and seriousness of this project. And this academic committee is invited to Mr. Ivino.
È direttore generale del proyecto TAM.
Today, I am thinking from the School of Fine Arts of the National University of Arts in Tokyo. Next year, we will hold Bienal Sur in Buenos Aires, and that's why I want to talk about the project that we conducted in Brazil. This is an art project with social inclusion characteristics. The project tries to make the most of the properties of arts and to exchange values among people with different backgrounds. And these properties imply looking for the value or the meaning in each person's being. This is not provide a specific answer, but actually if there are 100 people, there are 100 answers or 100 ways of being. This also includes how to deal with minority communities in society. We are thinking of tapping into the properties or characteristics of the arts, aside from recognizing the way of being that each one has, and to build a different society. This project attempts to use the force of the arts to bring people together. The project started 2 years ago, and since last year, we had the support of the Metropolitan Government of Tokyo. We still have not established a specific format in this program, but actually, with practice, we are looking for a better way to develop our activities. The project focuses on characteristics and properties that each person has, and that is why we cannot say there is a unified format. We actually are not looking to have that. We have only one guideline with the project, and that is the fact that artists should remain in these minority communities or they visit the minority communities to be able to share some time with the members of the community. Sharing time with the members of the communities can give rise to certain differences or to small changes we may find with what happened yesterday, and this is why we can find something new in our daily life.
And artists never impose their own pace to the members of the community. On the contrary, artists conduct their activities following the pace of the community members. In that way, they maintain a good communication with the members, and this gives way to other activities. When an artist has an encounter with a member of the community, things are created, and that leads to the creation of a work of art. That is the result, and that is what is going to be presented later. This leads to a space where you can present the artworks or the results of this project. Visitors can be in contact with artists, and they can also experience time and space of the minority communities through their contact with artists and their works. The TAM project has two phases. The first phase belongs to a production and creation time and space, spending time in the communities where those minorities live. The second phase relates to the exhibition and the display of results. We had 13 installations of social welfare in the previous exhibition, and 13 groups of artists worked there, and they submitted their results at the Metropolitan Museum in Tokyo. In the social well-being installations, so you can find people with mental disabilities, and those installations engage also people from sexual minority groups, and also the installations of children who do not attend school. Those installations involve artists, photographers, installations, physical expressions and also other products through food. The Turn project extends from June to September this year. In June, in Sao Paulo, 4 artists stayed in the social well-being installations in Sao Paulo. 2 of these artists are from Japan and 2 are from the third generation of Nikkeis that are of Japanese origin residing in Sao Paulo. The artists visit the social well-being installations, but there is only one difference between Japan and Brazil, and that is that in Japan, artists can determine what method they want to use for their artworks, and the artists make the decisions. But when we did that in Brazil, we used a different methodology. We didn't have that determined beforehand. In Brazil, we use the traditional craftsmanship the technology that was available in Brazil. So here we have different installations using handmade crafts and threads, and also crafts made in paper from Japan. And from Brazil, we use the basket making technique. So in this way, we were able to integrate the craftsmanship techniques from both Japan and Brazil. And in Brazil, the installations accepted the Japanese artists. And with the Olympic Games approaching, the goal was also to have this good cultural exchange. We think that we have reached favorable results by incorporating traditional crafts. And this was a very valuable experience for all of us when we consider the different future activities that we can carry out in Japan. I would also like to underscore that we discovered something very important through this experience, and that is that previously, Japanese artists used to participate in the Turn project in Japan, but when a foreign artist participates in the Turn project in Japan, or the Japanese artists take part in Turn in a foreign country like Argentina, Brazil, or other countries, they can show much better the advantages of this project. Because when you are in a foreign country, you feel that there are certain limitations. And for that reason, you tend to have a relationship of follow-up. As we are dealing with activities with people from different backgrounds, by carrying out these activities in a foreign country, we can better identify those things that perhaps in your own country you would overlook. So Turn is not something that can be directly exported from a given country to other countries in the rest of the world. Rather, the Turn project can be carried out in different countries in the world, and in that way, artists can better show the benefits of this project. So I have high expectations for being able to have the Turn project in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, where Bienal Sur will take place. Thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Hibino. We also have high expectations. We hope that you can have that project here. When you said that the model, the project is not exported, I was thinking that turn is not something that is exported, but rather experienced. And the experimentation place is exactly what we are looking for. Within the context of Bienal Sur, we will have the proper conditions for you to be able to connect with other countries in South America, as well as with universities from South America that have a focus on arts and are members of our academic committee. So I believe that this will be a win-win situation for all of us, and this will enable us to enhance our working possibilities. We also think that that will be a great opportunity, and we have high expectations. So greetings to all of you. Thank you so much. Bye. Bye-bye. This was the fun part at the end of the interview, but now we would like to share with you a video that Hibino edited from the experience carried out in Brazil. It is an 8-minute video, and we believe that it complements what he explained.
Bueno, estas son otras vías del arte contemporáneo.
These are
Como acostumbra decir Diana,
other
y tienen que ver con
pathways
nuestra idea
to
de
contemporary art,
reenlazar el
as
arte
Diana usually
contemporáneo con la
says,
sociedad.
and it is
Este proyecto
about
forma parte
connecting
ya
art with society.
de la
This
Bienal
project is
Sur
already
y se va a
part of
realizar
Bienal
en
Sur
distintos
and is
hogares
going
de Buenos
to take
Aires
place
durante el
in
periodo de la
different
Bienal.
homes
Bueno,
in Buenos Aires
invito al
during the
director
period
de la
of the
Pinacoteca de San
Bienal.
Pablo
Now
y
I would
asesor
like
de
to
Bienal Sur,
invite
Tadeu
an
Chiarelli,
advisor to
a
Bienal Sur, Tadeo
Edgardo
Chiarelli,
Rudnitsky,
who is also
artista
the
argentino que vive en
director of the
Berlín, que todos conocemos bien, y a Mariela
Pinacotheque of the
Yeregui,
state of Sao
artista
Paulo. And I would also
electrónica
like to
argentina y
invite
directora de la maestría
Edgardo
en arte
Rudnitsky and
electrónico
Mariela
de la
Yeregui,
Universidad Nacional de 3 de Febrero, que van a protagonizar
who are
esta mesa.
going to be on this panel.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Bien, muy bien.
Adelante.
Hola, Tadeo, no. Tanto tiempo sin verte.
Creo que es para él. Ya. Okay.
Sí.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Yo voy a tentar hablar.
I will make an effort to speak in Spanish,
Yo pienso que mi portuñol es
but
mejor.
I think that it's better if I
Hoy la
speak a
mesa
combination
es
of Portuguese
en los
and
bordes de lo
Spanish.
real uno.
This panel is
Y yo
called
pienso que
On the Verge
la
of
Bienal Sur
Reality
se
1.
puede
And I think that
pensar
Bienal
como
Sur
una red,
can be
una bienal que
envisaged
desde el
or
tiempo de la
consider
Internet
a biennial in
y que
the age
está
of the Internet
haciendo una ramificación por
that
todo
is
el mundo.
branching out to different parts of the world, blurring the borders that separate art from life. And I think that this is going to have an importance in this century. This is a completely new situation. So we are going to talk about this new art that is global and general. And I would like to invite Edgardo Rudnitsky and Mariela Yeregui to take the floor to describe the work they have done.
Creo que tengo el email, pero necesito
I need the slides, please.
imagen. ¿Qué? ¿Cómo la? Ah, perdón.
Teatrales, coreográficas y films. Participó en la Trienal de Yokohama, en las Bienales del Mercosur, de Estambul, y junto con Jorge Macchi, representó a la Argentina en la Bienal de Venecia. Su obra se expuso en muestras individuales y colectivas en Berlín, Buenos Aires, Bolonia, Nueva York, Roma y Módena. Trabajó en numerosas producciones teatrales y films presentados en los festivales de Aviñón,
Work in numerous
Bruselas,
festivals
Sundance,
in
Cannes y la Berlinale,
Brussels,
entre
Sundance,
otros.
Cannes, and the
Vive y trabaja
Berlinale
en Berlín.
Festival. He lives and
Integrará la
works in
exposición
Berlin.
Más allá del
Edgardo
sonido, que se
Rudnitsky
presentará a partir del
will
30 de septiembre
make
en
up
Montreux, Centro de Arte Contemporáneo.
sound and art project that is going to be presented in September this year. Mariela Yeregui is an Argentine artist and a researcher. She has a PhD in philosophy of the media from the European Graduate School from Switzerland. She has a degree in arts from the University of Buenos Aires, and she's a graduate from the School of Cinematography Institute. She has a degree in literature from the Côte d'Ivoire University. Her work includes interactive installations, video installations, net.art, interventions in public spaces, video sculpture and robotic installations. She had residencies in the United States, Canada, Spain, and Germany. She was awarded many prizes like Beer Art in Barcelona and the first prize in the 2005 Visual Arts National Hall. And she is also the director of master's degree in aesthetic of electronic arts in the National University of 3 de Febrero. Tadeu Chiarelli is the superintendent director of the art gallery of the State of Sao Paulo. He has a graduation in artistic education. He is also a professor of the USPI. Together with the plastic arts department, he teaches graduate and postgraduate courses. He was the chief curator and head of the plastic arts department of the Modern Art Museum of Sao Paulo. He coordinates the Art and Photography Studies Center and also the curatorship department, both in the Plastic Arts Department of the university. He was also a contemporary art director of USPI.
Bueno, ahora sí. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Bueno, para mí es un gusto estar
It is an honor
en la mesa
to
con
share
mis
this
compañeros
table, this
y
panel today
bueno,
with my colleagues.
la idea era
And
presentar un poco los trabajos.
my
Me voy a
idea
focalizar en
is
4
to
trabajos,
introduce my work. I'm going to focus on 4
sobre
of
todo
my
porque
works.
algunos de ellos se desarrollan
And
dentro
some
del
of
marco
them
académico. Hace un
are
rato,
developed within an
Aníbal
academic framework.
hablaba de la
Aníbal
importancia
very
del marco
recently
académico y
made
creo que
reference
para
to
muchos
the
de nosotros que
academic
trabajamos en el terreno
arena,
del arte, de
and
la
for many of us
tecnología,
working in
es
art and
fundamental tener un
technology,
marco
it is
desde donde
essential
pensar y
to have a
desarrollar nuestra
framework
obra.
to develop our work.
Como muy bien contaba
As
contaban en mi currículum,
my curriculum, I come from art and technology, and in the past time I've been trying to shift a little from where I am, even though my academic performance is in the field of art and technology. I'm going to show you 4 of my works related to strategies or concerns that still evolve and go on through different formats or languages. Sometimes they are technological, sometimes they are not. And I would like to refer to one of my works. I'm not going to refer to them chronologically, but actually in a non-linear fashion. This is a work from 2005 called Proximia. Proximia is, and I'm going to show a video as I speak. This is a robot community with a community precisely of 25 spheric robots who roll freely on the floor with a certain particularity, and it is the fact that they have a phobic behavior. They fear contact with other spheres or contact with the audience themselves. So I decided to start with this work and to show it to you very briefly, because in this work that is already more than 10 years old, I talk about art and technology in the sense that I show the error, I show the dysfunctionality of technology. In this work, robots are not perfectly functional beings, they have a dysfunctionality in their behavior, but also there is a certain dysfunction. I don't know why we cannot see these anymore. Let's go backwards a little bit. Something made this whole thing be black, just referring to dysfunction and error. Okay, now we can see it. Maybe it doesn't like it when I put it in big screen.
lo que estaba señalando es que para mí en
So
este
as I was
trabajo con la
saying,
tecnología es
this
muy
work
importante
with
la incorporación del
technology
error y decía que hay una
is
disfunción de
or
comportamiento, pero
considers very
también
important to
hay una
include
cierta
an
imperfección
error,
en la
but there
construcción
is
del
also
robot.
an
Tiene una
imperfection
conducta
when
bastante
building the
errática
robot.
que
The
tiene que
robot
ver con
has
la
an
propia morfología
erratic
de estos robots.
behavior very much related to the
Bueno,
robot's own
una de las cosas que me
morphology.
interesa también en
I
este
am
trabajo es
interested
que
also
todas las muestras
in the
en
fact
donde
that
he podido
in
exhibir
all
en
of
Proxemia,
the shows where I have
siempre fue
exhibited
un
this,
espacio muy oscuro
Proximia
donde
was
se
always a
borran
very dark
completamente los límites
space where
físicos.
all the
Entonces, para
physical
mí estas
spaces get more
comunidades, y
blurry,
acá
and
hago hincapié en este concepto que para mí es
I would like to
importante,
focus
en
in
estas
this concept that
comunidades
is very
lo
important for me,
importante
because in these communities,
es que la propia
what's
comunidad sea
important is
constructora
that the
de
community
espacios.
itself is the one that builds
Más tarde,
the path.
y esto es bastante varios años más tarde, y esto
Many
sí
years
es en
later,
el ámbito de la
and this
universidad,
is something
bueno,
that happened within the university. I don't know what's
acá se ve
happening.
bien, pero allá no.
I can see it properly in my monitor, but not on the big screen.
Tengo un problema, perdón, pero
I'm sorry, I have a problem
aparecen
here.
como... Voy a probar, perdón, no sé el área técnica. A ver. Acá lo veo perfecto. Acá se ve perfecto. Voy a abrir otro archivo diferente para... Por ahí no le gusta este formato. No, sigue... Sí, acá se ve bien. Sí, perdón. ¿Ya vuelve? Bueno. Bueno, mientras vuelve sigo hablando. El trabajo, porque sé que hay poco tiempo, así que tenemos que economizar el tiempo y hacerlo eficiente, incorporando al error. Lo que decía es que el próximo trabajo es un trabajo que no es un trabajo mío, sino que es un trabajo... Me voy al otro archivo, cambié de archivo a ver si le gusta más este otro.
Group of colleagues from the university in the context of a research team. It's called Octopodos Sisyphidus, and it is a series of different robots where the challenge was to think of the screen as a structural part of the robot's body.
Es decir, no, la pantalla de
The
estos
screen
robots eran
in
parte de
these
su cuerpo.
robots was part of
En este
their body.
trabajo, bueno, fue un trabajo interuniversitario muy interesante
This
con una
was
universidad
a work
de
that I did
Europa y
together
con una
with a
universidad de
European
Portugal. Cada
university,
grupo de investigación
another
produjo
university in
su
Portugal, and
trabajo
each research
y
team
todo esto
conducted
iba a
their
ser
own work.
mostrado y fue
This was
mostrado
going
en el marco de
to
una
be shown, and it
retrospectiva
actually
de
was
pioneros de
shown
pantalla en el
in a
campo del
retrospective
videoarte
of
y era la mirada
pioneers
desde ahora,
in
¿no? Desde
video
el siglo
art,
XXI.
and it was a look
Y
from
bueno,
the 21st
hicimos una
century.
serie de seres
So we
robóticos con
made a
pantalla,
series
pero
of
insisto, la
robot
pantalla no era un
beings with
agregado,
a
sino
screen,
que
but the
la
screen
pantalla
was
era
not an
parte de su
addition, it
propia
was actually
estructura.
part of their
Y
structure
acá aparece
itself.
también algo que para mí es
And here
importante,
we
que es
see
el cuerpo
something
de los
that's
robots,
significant for me, which is the body of the
la
robots,
dimensión corporal del robot.
the body dimension of
Y
the
bueno,
robot.
por otra parte, lo que está proyectado dentro de las pantallas son
What is projected in each
imágenes
of the
endoscópicas.
screens are
Los robots se mueven
endoscopic
por el
images.
espacio
Robots move
erráticamente,
around
tienen una
space
conducta
erratically,
completamente
they have a
impredecible
completely unpredictable
y
behavior,
esta
and
impredecibilidad
this
del conjunto, nuevamente
unpredictability
la idea de
of
comunidad,
the idea
genera
of
un
community
entorno
is creating a
dinámico y
dynamic
caótico, si
environment
se
and a
quiere, ¿no?
chaotic environment at the same time.
Este trabajo, bueno, es de hace unos años atrás.
This work was
Y
done a few
volviendo a
years
la
ago,
cuestión
and
de
now
crear
going back
espacios a partir
to
de
creating
estos
spaces
objetos, en
with
algunos
these
casos mis
objects.
objetos son
In some of
robóticos, en
these
otros
cases, my
casos son
objects are
mecánicos.
robotic, in other cases, they are
Este
mechanical
trabajo,
objects.
que es del 2010,
This work was done in
es
2010.
se llama paisaje.
It's
Y
called
básicamente lo que
landscapes,
hago es
and
crear
what I
paisajes.
do there is
Trabajo
I
mucho en
create
formatos bastante
landscapes, I work
expandidos en
with
el espacio.
expanded
Y
formats in the space,
me
and
interesa
I am
particularmente
particularly
el
interested
diálogo entre escalas,
in
grandes
these
escalas, grandes
dialogues
dimensiones,
with big
pequeños
dimensions,
detalles
big
que
scales, and
dialoguen
small
con esa gran
details,
escala.
talking to that big
Paisaje es
scale.
una serie de
Landscapes is a
placas
series of
de zinc
zinc
mecanizadas
plates, mechanized zinc
que
plates,
iban torsionándose muy lentamente.
that moved very
Toda la
slowly.
instalación tenía unos
The whole
70 metros en
installation
total,
was
ocupaba
70
la
meters
sala
as a
J de
whole. It
Recoleta, que
was
es una sala
in
bastante
room
amplia,
J
y había
of
muchas de estas
Cultural
placas de
Center
zinc, el sonido
Recoleta,
estaba
and
muy
many of
amplificado.
these
Entonces
plates,
esto que en determinado momento
because of the
parecía
very
posible, de
amplified
repente
sound,
generaba
showed
una cosa
something that
irruptiva
create a sort
y
of an interruption, a disruption
que rompía con toda
that
esta
would
armonía del
break with
espacio
this
y
harmony
generaba
in
algo
space and
sonoro
create sound
bastante molesto, podríamos decir.
that was
Era un
a bit
sonido metálico
upsetting. It was
muy
a very
fuerte.
metal, a very strong metal sound.
No voy a pasar todo porque, bueno,
I'm not going to show you everything.
creo que un poco la idea se entiende.
I think you get the idea with this.
Y nuevamente el tema del espacio,
And
que para
once
mí es tan
again,
importante,
space, which is so important for me,
entre una escala más macro y el
this
pequeño
macro
detalle.
scale and the
Y
small
esta
detail,
instalación es
and
una
this
instalación del año
installation
2012, acá
was
no hay nada
actually made in
robótico
2012. There is
mínimamente
nothing robotic here,
robótico.
or there's maybe something
La
that is
instalación se
minimally
compone
robotic. The installation is made up
de varias
of
madejas que tejo yo al
several
crochet con hilos plásticos y hilos
plastic
de luz
spheres that
y
I
que
weave.
penden
These
del
are
cielo, del
beams of
techo.
light coming
Y en
from
estos hilos
the ceiling,
están tejidos
and
también
these threads
pequeñas
also
cintas muy
have
finitas de acetato,
very small
donde los textos son
acetate
el diario de la Patagonia de
ribbons
Darwin, ¿no?
with the Patagonia
Frente a cada
diaries
una de estas
written by
madejas
Darwin.
hay
In each of
unas
these
lupas
yarns, there are
mecánicas
some mechanical
que van
magnifying
descubriendo el texto.
glasses
El
to
texto es
discover the text.
muy mínimo,
The text
es
is
muy
very
difícil de
minimal, it
ver
is very
y
difficult
solamente
to
cuando la
see,
lupa
and
se
it is
posiciona
only when the magnifying
paralelo
glass is positioned in parallel
a la madeja,
to the
los
yarn
textos del diario de
that
Darwin
the,
empiezan
the,
a
the
emerger.
text from Darwin's diary starts to emerge.
No podemos prever de antemano
We
el comportamiento de la
cannot
lupa. Es
foresee
completamente
the
aleatorio.
behavior
Entonces
of the magnifying
requiere
glass. It is completely
de
random.
una actitud
And so it
paciente
requires a
del
patient
espectador que espere
attitude on
que
the
la
part
lupa
of the
se
audience
posicione y que el
until
texto sea
the
accesible.
magnifying glass moves or
Una de
it
las
comes to
cosas
position
que
and the
a mí
text
me
becomes
interesa en mi
accessible.
trabajo no es la interactividad.
I am not
No hay una
interested in
interactividad en el sentido
interaction.
tecnológico
There
de la
is no
interactividad.
interaction in the
Me
technological
interesa la
sense of
observación
interaction,
paciente del
but I am
espectador.
interested in the
Y esto
patient
también de alguna
observation
forma
of the
contradice
spectator,
ciertos
and this
clichés
goes against
muy
some
arraigados en el
very
terreno del
rooted
arte y la
cliches
tecnología.
in the field of art and technology.
También trabajo en formatos
I
no
also
tan
work
expansivos.
with less
Y bueno, este es un
expansionary
trabajo
formats,
más
and
reciente del
this is a
2014
more
que
recent
se llama
work.
Y
I did it in
Cadáveres.
2014.
Este trabajo, bueno, recibió el premio de
This
la
work is
Academia
called
Nacional de
Corpses.
Bellas Artes,
It
el premio
received an
Trabuco,
award
el
from
primer
the Academy
premio.
of Fine
Y
Arts. It was the
básicamente es
first award, first
una
prize,
escultura
and it is
con
basically
veletas
a
mecánicas
sculpture with
que
metal
van
parts
girando,
that
también bastante
would turn
erráticamente y
around
asincrónicamente.
asynchronically and
Y acá
erratically,
aparece también esto de la escala,
and
¿no? La iluminación
we
hace
also see
que
scale
estas
here.
letras que están
Lighting
posicionadas
makes
en
the
la parte
letters that are
superior de estas
positioned
pequeñas
in the
veletas se
higher part
amplifique el
is
texto y se lea en la pared
amplified or
proyectada la
amplifies the
frase
text,
"Hay
and
cadáveres".
the phrase corpses is projected.
Bien. Y para terminar,
And to wrap
este
up,
es un trabajo muy reciente.
this is a
y
more
es un
recent work.
trabajo, que he realizado
It's a
con
work
Gabriela Golder,
I did with Gabriela
artista y
Golder.
colega de la
She is an
universidad.
artist and a colleague here
Es
at
un
the
trabajo
university.
al que invitamos mañana, cuando
We
terminen
would
las
like to
jornadas, a
invite
visitar en
you
el
to
barrio de La
visit
Boca.
this work tomorrow in the
Y es
neighborhood
algo
of
que a
La
mí me
Boca.
interesa mucho
And
porque
I
lo
am
estoy
interested
incorporando
in
como
this because
pregunta,
I am
que es la
incorporating
cuestión del
this as
espacio
a
público, el
question.
espacio público urbano.
I am interested in urban public
Este
spaces.
trabajo,
This work
bueno, surge a partir de haber presentado una propuesta
comes
en
from a
un
proposal
concurso que se
that we
organizó
submitted
Buenos Aires
for a
Sitio
contest. It's
Específico,
called
donde había que,
Specific Sites in Buenos Aires.
se
And
invitaba a artistas a presentar
we
propuestas para 5
invited
puntos diferentes de la
artists
ciudad de
for
Buenos Aires.
5 different
Con Gabriela
points
nos
in the city
interesó
of Buenos
mucho
Aires. Gabriela and I
el espacio de La Boca,
were
que
very interested
básicamente es el
in the
Boulevard
space
Pérez
in La
Galdós,
Boca. It's basically the
unas 5
Perez
cuadras
Galdós
por el
Boulevard.
Boulevard
It's
Pérez Galdós.
around
Y nuestra
5
propuesta
blocks
fue
in the boulevard,
generar
in
un
that
trabajo
street.
con
And
la
our idea
comunidad
is to create
aledaña al Boulevard Pérez Galdós.
a
Y trabajamos
connection with the
con la
community, and
gente,
that is why we
la
work
gente
with the
que
people
vive cerca del
who
Boulevard.
live around the boulevard.
Es interesante porque es un barrio
This is
donde hay
interesting
muchas
because it is a
zonas de
neighborhood
fricción.
where there is a lot
Es
of
un barrio en
friction.
pleno proceso de
It is a
gentrificación, con todo lo que eso
neighborhood that is
implica, con las
undergoing
problemáticas
gentrification with all of the
traen
problems
todos
that this
estos
brings
procesos de
about
gentrificación.
with all these
Y
all of these
trabajamos durante muchos
gentrification
meses con
processes
la
bring
gente del
about.
barrio
And we work
y
with
invitamos
the
a diferentes
people
artistas
from
de
the
disciplinas
neighborhood
muy
for several months and
diferentes
invited
a cartografiar
artists
junto con la gente al
to
barrio.
map
Y las
the
propuestas
neighborhood.
de cartografía fueron
And
muy diversas,
these
fueron propuestas
mapping
desde la palabra, desde lo sonoro, desde el cuerpo en el
proposals
espacio,
included
invitando a otros
space, included
artistas.
sound, included inviting other artists.
Y bueno, durante todos estos encuentros, luego nos
Throughout
juntábamos
all
todos
these
y
meetings, we
discutíamos,
would meet
debatíamos en
and we
relación
would
a la
debate
experiencia que se
in
desarrollaba,
connection
¿no?
with the
Todos
experience
estos
that was
encuentros
being
fueron los
unfolded.
sábados a la tarde.
These happened on Saturdays
El lugar
afternoon.
se iba
The meetings were
marcando, de
held on
repente el lugar se
Saturdays.
llenaba
The place would be
estas etiquetas
filled with
o
these
de
labels
hilos
or
o
threads
de pinturas en el asfalto.
or paintings in the
Y
street,
luego
in
componíamos
asphalt,
estas nuevas
and then
cartografías
we
sobre
would
el
create
mapa.
this new cartography
Y
on the
en
map.
este trabajo de reflexión, de diálogo, iban
And
surgiendo
throughout
frases.
this work, we
Esto
saw
particularmente
different
Juan
phrases.
Onofre, un coreógrafo
This is
que
by
desplegó
a choreographer, Juan
las
Onofrio,
propuestas
who
del cuerpo en el
showed the
espacio.
proposals of bodies in
Y su
space.
propuesta era hacernos
And his
invisibles en la
proposal was
arquitectura
to make
urbana.
us invisible in urban
Y
architecture.
como resultado de todo
As
este
a
trabajo,
result of all this work,
bueno, fueron surgiendo determinadas frases, determinadas
we
narrativas
saw
de la gente.
different
Y
phrases, different
estas
narratives
frases
from the people.
las
These
transpusimos a
phrases,
carteles de neón.
we decided to
En
transfer
este caso
them
el terreno se vuelve a
to
mover en la
neon
autopista,
signs.
justo
Once again,
enfrente del
this
Boulevard
is
Pérez Galdós.
opposite the
Volvernos invisibles,
highway
otra de
in
las
Boulevard
frases.
Pérez Galdós. Let's become
Esta se
invisible.
trepó en la
That's another of the
farmacia, el
phrases.
farmacéutico nos
There
estuvo muy
was
contento
one
de dar su frente para poner su
pharmacist
frase.
who gave us the
Es
front of
imposible el
his pharmacy
silencio en
to
uno de
write
los
a phrase.
bares.
This
También
belongs also to
apareció,
one
bueno,
of the
el terreno
bars
se
in the
vuelve a mover
area.
en la autopista.
The terrain
El
moves
taller
again.
mecánico se corrió el sol y
A
cambió el límite. Y
mechanic
otras frases
workshop
más, algunas están
with
en la
again
bocina
with
y
the moving
demás.
of the border.
Para mí este trabajo
And to
fue muy
me, this was
interesante
a very
y la
interesting
perspectiva
work,
esta
and the
del
perspective
trabajar en el
of
espacio
working
urbano,
in the urban space
que bueno, tiene sus dificultades, pero
is
que
difficult sometimes,
termina siendo un
but it
desafío
ends up
muy
being a
interesante.
very
Y
interesting
con esto cierro y
challenge.
muchas gracias.
And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Let me begin by saying that I'm so happy for being here. I'm part of the group of skeptical people who Aníbal Josami referred to at the beginning, those who thought that this was a good wish, but that it wouldn't materialize. And this is the 10th edition, and I'm here, so this is quite a particular situation for me. I had planned to have quite a well-structured presentation until I met the person who was in charge of cleaning and the hotel where I'm staying, and we had a conversation, and she said, it is getting cloudy and tomorrow the sun will not shine. So I'm quite pessimistic, and I said, the sun doesn't come out or doesn't set. So she looked at me with this strange look, and then I started thinking about this. This has to do with Ptolemaeus, that thought that the sun turned around the earth. We were at the center of the universe, so the sun would come out and set or go down. But that was many years ago. And then Copernicus' theory changed everything. And we know that the sun doesn't come out and doesn't go down. We are the ones who move. But we still talk about the sun rising and setting. So we cannot perceive our movement. Our perception deceives us. So this is what leads us to think, and Romanticism also adds to this belief that the sun comes out and goes down in the afternoon. So this led me to think that perception is much more powerful than knowledge. At this level, perhaps this is a lie, but I love believing in this lie. I come from a music background. Initially, I was a symphonic percussionist for some time. I worked for years doing that here in Argentina. Then I became a composer. I had a strong connection with the stage, with the theater, with dance, and finally with films and cinema. And then I ended up being a sound artist. I believe that my career was quite chaotic, but now I'm happy, I'm satisfied with what I did. I'm an adult already, so I can be pleased with what I did, and I found some coherence, some consistency along the way. I started with sounds. I believe in sound, and I think that the obsession that took me through that road, through that path, was the intention to put sound on stage, to show sound. Something that initially may sound ridiculous. I felt that I needed to show sound, that I should be able to display sound on stage. And that is how I ended up doing what I have been doing for the last 16 or 17 years. In my work, in that regard, I haven't tried to illustrate sound. I wanted to bring sound to life. I wanted to make it visible. That is why I ended up working with certain materials. I loved Mariela's work because in my generation, we started seeing the origin of electronics. I come from the luthiers world, and the electronics started when we were already in our 20s. So I started using electronic music until the year 2000. And at a given point, I went back to the origin because of my musical needs. Can we see video 3, please? This is work from 2008. This was the last one in which electronic music played, or electronics in general played an important role for me.
poquito más fuerte, ¿puede ser?
Can we raise the volume a little bit, please?
Esa obra es un cuarteto de cuerdas
That
reconstruido en
is
tiempo
a
real.
strings
Lo que he grabado es
quartet
un cuarteto de cuerdas que
made in
compuse,
real
está grabado
time.
instrumento
I
por
composed
instrumento,
it and I
frase
recorded
musical por
each
frase
individual
musical.
instrument and
Cada
each
brazo toca el instrumento que le
musical
corresponde en el momento
phrase.
que le
So each
corresponde.
arm
Primero
takes
violín, siempre
the
primero violín,
corresponding
segundo violín,
instrument at
siempre
the
segundo
right time.
violín,
First the
siempre
first
segundo
violin,
violín.
then the second
Y el
violin.
cuarteto de cuerdas se
And
recompone en
this
tiempo
string
real.
quartet was recorded in
Esta
real
obra,
time.
que fue mi última obra
This
realmente o
artwork,
altamente
that was the last one,
eléctrica, con
that was
cables
truly
y ordenador y
electrical with
cosas,
wires,
de cualquier manera fue el comienzo de un nuevo
was
pensamiento para
the
mí, porque fue
beginning
la
of
manera
a
de
new
poder
way of
conseguir
thinking for me, because it
escribir
was
en el
the
objeto el
way in
sonido.
which
De esta obra no
realized that
existe de
I
ninguna manera
could build
sin la
sound in that
participación
object.
de
This
los
work
brazos,
would
sin la
not exist
participación del
without the
movimiento
participation of
científico que está
movement
grabado
of
en ese
arms,
instrumento.
without the
Y al
recorded
ritmo que toca algo
disc
pregrabado, lo está
or
reconstruyendo.
record.
Entonces es necesario que exista
So
el objeto
I
para que la
needed the
música esté ahí.
object
La música
for
está
the
escrita en
music
el
to be
objeto,
there. So the
al
music
menos en mi
is
caso. Y
written
esto fue el
on the
comienzo
object.
del pensamiento que
This
después
was the
empezó por la música. En
beginning
el año
of the line of thinking that I
2009
pursued later.
nació mi
In
segundo hijo
2009,
y en
I
ese
had
momento decidí tomarme un año
my
sabático
second son. My second
para
son was
darle un poco
born,
más de
so I
lugar a mi hijo de la que había
decided
dado el primero. Entonces
to
dije, me voy a quedar un año
take
con mi hijo.
a
Le dediqué
year
un
on a
año entero a mi
sabbatical
hijo.
leave to
Y
pay
durante
more
ese año
attention to my second
me
child.
planteé no hacer
So
nada.
during that year, I
Me fui al
decided
resto de
to
mi
do
trabajo. Dije, me voy a
nothing
dedicar a cambiar
related to
pañales, sería
work.
todo.
Just I wanted to change diapers.
No lo recomiendo.
But I
Si
don't
alguien piensa
recommend that
hacerlo,
you do
no lo haga.
that. If you're
Pero,
thinking about
de
doing that,
cualquier
don't.
manera,
But anyway,
fue un año donde
that was
tuve algo
a
sucedió.
year in which
Cuando digo que me
something
prohibí trabajar,
happened.
hasta intenté prohibirme pensar
I
en mi
I
trabajo.
didn't
Traté de
want to
no
work. I didn't want to
ir,
think.
era
I
muy
tried
difícil.
not to
A partir de ahí comenzó
get
la segunda
engaged
etapa
with
para mí,
thinking
que
and
es una
working.
etapa que
But
se
that was
convirtió
very
totalmente en
difficult. So that
acústico,
was the
prácticamente
beginning of a
100%
second
acústica, y
phase
donde
for me.
creo que
It was
pude llegar
purely
un paso más
acoustic.
allá en esto de
And
poder
I think that I
inscribir
was able
el
to
sonido de
go a
manera
step
tal que
forward
pueda
because I was able
ser
to
visto.
inscribe sound in such a way so that it would be
El
seen.
video 2, por favor.
Video 2, please.
Esta fue la obra consecuencia del año sabático.
This is the result of that sabbatical leave.
Que se vio en proa en el año.
This was displayed in Proa.
Vos estabas. Por eso. 2012.
I think it was 2002.
Esta es la versión que se hizo en Alemania, una versión que se
This
hizo aquí
is
en
the
Proa en
German
2012.
version, and this is the
El
one that
mecanismo que
we
funciona con el
showed
calor de la
here in
vela.
Proa. This is
Estas velas mueven
this
ese vacío, sube y baja.
is moved because
Con un
of a
imán que
heat
además
mechanism.
atrae y
So
suelta
there
esos
is a magnet that
hace sonar
attracts
esos
and
monocords.
releases those hammers that
No
make
es
those
ningún normal del año
monochords
sabático que me hizo
sound.
pensar todo eso.
So during my sabbatical leave, I
Pero
thought
bueno,
things
costó alguna
like
cosa.
this. So I
Esta
could
fue
make some contribution
la
after 1 year of
obra, fue la
sabbatical
primera obra
leave.
en esta dirección,
This was the
respecto de
first
sustitución acústica, donde el
work in
sonido
that
vuelve a tener
direction
una
where
dimensión para mí
sound
real.
regains
El sonido
a
es algo
real
que una
dimension.
cualidad del sonido que me atrae mucho es que el sonido nunca
What
es
I like
privado,
about
siempre es una
sound
cuestión
is
pública.
that sound is
O sea,
always
podemos
public. It's
convertirlo en privado
never
con
private. You
auriculares
can
o
make it
tenemos
private if
algo
you
en
use
la oreja,
headphones
pero
or
en
if you
términos
use an
naturales el sonido es
earpiece.
solamente una cuestión
But
pública. No hay manera de evitarlo.
overall,
Uno inclusive me
sound
tiene que
is
escuchar
a
aunque no quiera.
public
Puede no
issue. You
interesarle
have
y
to
dejar de
hear
responderme, pero
me
no puede
even if
prestarme
you don't
atención.
want to listen to
Todos
me.
ustedes, todos
But
casualmente amigos.
you can hear what I'm
Y estas,
saying, even if you don't
esas
want to pay
instalaciones
attention to
acústicas
what I'm
recuperaron
saying.
de
And
alguna
these
manera para mí
acoustic
ese sonido acústico,
installations
recupera esa pequeñez del
recovered
sonido
that
que hace
quality of
necesario que todos
sound.
nosotros prestemos otro tipo de
And
atención,
this
que nos concentremos
forces
y que
us to pay
recuperemos de
attention
alguna
in a
manera
different
el
way
espacio,
to recover the
la
space.
percepción que nosotros tenemos
the perception that we have about space is basically based on sound. There is no alternative. The conception, the notion that we have of this place, for you who have your back against this hall, is the sound perception. And if I scream, I'm not going to do it. But if I scream, I will feel this space and you will lose sight of where I'm sitting. But if I'm too small, you will have to look for me. And I was really attracted by this idea. So the story went on. Can we watch video number 4, please? And if you want, then we can move on to video number 5. This is a work from 2014 where we have some electricity. These are electromagnets. This is a string quartet that will play. This is just a small electromagnet, and this artwork works with the impulse of that electromagnet. It pushes it to the center, and then it pushes it back, and it comes back on its weight. So it is like a false perpetuum mobile that was already present in that previous artwork that I showed you with that seesaw movement. Here, if the power goes out, then the work will stop making this sound. Now, please let it play. And the next one, Vanishing Music, is from the same year. I believe that this piece of work defines my intention of describing the music in that object. So the paper up here makes that music box sound, and it also destroys the score. So the score is ephemeral. So the sound ends quickly. Every sound comes to an end very quickly. So this was the way that I found to describe that ephemeral nature of sound. There is another artwork from those days. You will have to come to Untref to see it because I'm not going to show it to you. I also did another one that was called Border Music. And thanks to the Moontrek, this is going to be displayed in Moontref as from September the 30th at 12:30, and you will be able to see a great version or a large version of that artwork. Not because it is really great, but it is really big in size. Thank you. I'm going to ask a question. What are you planning to do in Bienal Sur? As a result of this active invitation. On the one hand, with Gabriela, we are still working on the project for having interventions in other spaces. We are interested in the corridor of the General Paz Avenue. The General Paz Avenue is the avenue that separates the city of Buenos Aires from the province of Buenos Aires. And our university, Untref, is located in a district that is called Caseros, and General Paz is an avenue with a lot of traffic all day long. So we are considering having a project there. We would love to carry out a project there together with the people from the 3 de Febrero district on the side of the province of Buenos Aires and also on the other side of the avenue. And at the same time, I lead a research project together with a U.S. university. This project focuses on the concept of mixed technologies, and we are considering this mixed technological entities or individuals from a colonial perspective. So probably we will also present that proposal there. I had a conversation with Diana when I was in Berlin. We talked about a project that it always starts, but it never ends. It's quite strange because, of course, it is a sound project, but it has no sound. Childhood Sound was the name of the German version, and I had the support of Süddeutsche Zeitung, that is the newspaper from Munich. I have a good friend who is a journalist in the newspaper. That is why the newspaper supported my work, not because they love me, really. And she wrote an article in her column on Saturdays talking about the memories from her childhood. So she received 6,000 tweets on that day to that column, and then she started getting letters in the newspaper building. So she kept on receiving letters. So that led me to believe that the project could be successful because people were telling us about their childhood memories related to sound. Of course, in Germany, many of them had memories related to the war, before the war, after the war, the wall, but also other types of memories. People would tell us about some frightening things about their private lives that I would prefer not to know about. But that also led to quite a complex level of commitment, because if I receive those letters, I have to pay attention to what they were telling me. So that is still the most complex part of that project. But initially, I want to have an international launch in a platform like this one. I think that would be the best option, to have a large collection of all those retold sounds. This is the story of sounds retold by people. Sometimes people are very careful with the details. They are into the details. So this is the memory that is triggered by sound. That is an unavoidable part of sound. So I'm concerned about the public aspect, the public dimension of sound, but at the same time, I'm also concerned about this capacity that we can have to trigger a memory on the basis of sound. And that sound brings us back to the present time. Now, if we see a picture of a general, you can name the general whatever you want. You look at that picture, you will feel something. But if you listen to that general speaking, the general would be here with us now. So the sound has this evoking capacity. So I would like to be able to evoke those memories, to bring back those memories without the need to listen to the general's voice as part of the collective memory. Are there any questions from the floor?
Ahí te lleva uno.
I want to ask a question to Edgardo. Actually, two questions. The second one is because I'm just curious. The first question is, have you worked with artists involved in painting? I thought about this random nature of sounds in connection with painting. I've worked with Jorge Macchi for a long time. In 2008, we were in the October Now in the Art Gallery in Sao Paulo with a project together, but we worked for a long time together. Actually, he's the only person with whom I worked and the only person with whom I want to work, not because I don't like others. I'm a fan of many other painters or artists that work with painting, but I think that we have a unique work relationship together, and we worked for a long time together. And the second question, out of curiosity, I was looking at your works and I recall the music box artwork from Jorge Macchi and also the voices and the letters. I think that we did that together. That was my next question. So, although you worked with him and he is deeply involved with painting, whenever you work with him, you always approach the work from the point of view of sound, not painting. Yes, actually, we work together. This is something that people find it difficult to understand. Jorge has an intuition and a musical education that is quite significant. So we can disagree, we can quarrel about what we want to do, but in our relationship, we are not selfish. We may have our own egos that are maybe really big, but we don't have our egos compete against each other. So we leave them outside of our relationship. I worked a lot with groups, with orchestras, but this situation, this relationship is completely different, and so I try not to be selfish in my work with him. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any more questions from the audience? Hi.
Okay, I'm gonna. Hi, Edgardo. Well, I mean, this is a question for Edgardo. I'm really interested in. I mean, that was such a lovely story about the sun in the beginning of your talk, and I'm wondering. You said that perception is stronger than knowledge. I'm wondering whether you think it's possible for perception to influence or convert knowledge, and if it is, then how? That's it. Thank you.
Ay, Tintín.
Tintin.
She's Tintin Bula. That is a great artist from Indonesia that will be also part of the... Where? Sorry. Ella es Tintin Bula, que es una artista
She's Tintin Bula. She is an artist from Indonesia, and she's also going to be part of the exhibition that will be launched on September 30th here, Beyond Sound. So, in answer to your question, yes, it's true. Perception can turn into knowledge. I think that I'm presenting here something that is false, and I love viewing it that way. And I think there are two perspectives. You can have the viewpoint of the doer and the viewpoint of the observer, or the one who is looking and absorbs that. I think that from the point of view of the artist, undoubtedly knowledge turns into an essential weapon. But this weapon only works if we don't forget that perception is much more powerful than knowledge when it comes to absorbing that what we are looking at. And this is really attractive to me. I'm going to say it. I believe that artists overall are a little bit honest. That is, we start talking about things that are artistic issues for artists, and sometimes we tend to forget that we have other people in the world and that we are working for the world. And I'm saying this quite shyly. I never said it publicly, let alone in a full house like this one, but I'm saying it today. And this is what I find appealing. And that is why I talk about this story around the sun. I think that as artists, from our own knowledge perspective, we need to understand perception so that the person who absorbs the work does not require knowledge to absorb that work. I don't need to know the electronics or in Mariela works in order to have a connection with those works. On the contrary, I don't want to have the knowledge. Yes, of course, I will ask her a few questions because I'm curious, but I'm attracted to the artwork, not to the software that she developed or the hardware that she used for her work.
Sí, buenas tardes. Yo quería hacerte dos preguntas, Mariela.
Good afternoon. I have two questions for you, Mariela. The
Tiene que
first
ver con
one
el tema de las frases.
has to do with
Vos
these
contaste cómo hicieron la
phrases that you
cartografía,
use.
las
You
reuniones
told
los
us
sábados a
about
la
how you
tarde,
came
las
up with the
consultas a la
maps,
gente.
the meetings on
Pero
Saturdays
de ese proceso,
afternoons,
¿cómo
the
llegaron a encontrar la
consultation with
calidad de las
people.
frases
But
que luego se
how
transformaron en
were you
neón y
able to
que
get to
asombran
the
caminando por
high
la boca?
quality of those
Eso
phrases that
respecto a
ended
las
up being in
últimas
neon
obras que
lights
mostraste.
in the
Y
neighborhood of La
respecto a la
Boca?
primera de las obras que
And
mostraste, hay
regarding
como
the
una
first
curiosidad,
artwork that you showed us,
si querés, como decía Edgardo recién,
there is
de saber algo de
I have
saber
this
algo más de la obra.
curiosity. I
¿De
want to
dónde
know more
aparece
about
ese
that.
concepto de
Where
que
do
los
you take
robots
that
son
concept
fóbicos
from?
y esa fobia les permite
The
construir el
idea
espacio?
that
Esas serían
robots
las dos preguntas,
have
gracias.
this phobic behavior.
Bueno, en relación a las
So, how
frases,
come
en
that
realidad,
you got there? Well, regarding the
yo mostré
phrases,
ahí una
I
imagen donde
showed you
había
an
infinidad
image
de
where you
post-its.
have an
Esos
endless
post-its
number of
eran
post-it
esos
notes.
papelitos,
Those
esas etiquetas
post-it
de colores,
notes, those
eran etiquetas que la gente
colorful
iba,
pieces of paper,
iba anotando cosas
had
durante
words
el
written by
trabajo
people. They
cartográfico.
wrote those words while they were working with
Trabajamos en torno a
mapping,
diferentes ejes,
with
la
the maps.
palabra
We work
en
on
el
the basis
espacio,
of
cómo
words
cartografiar la
in
palabra en el
space, how
espacio,
to
cómo
map words in
cartografiar los
space, how to
sonidos,
map
cómo
sounds,
cartografiar
how
el
to
cuerpo en
map
relación al
the
espacio, bueno,
body in
lo
relation to the
visual,
space,
etcétera, etcétera. Todo
visual
eso
aspects, etc.
nosotros preparamos para
So,
cada participante
for
el kit
each
del
participant, we
cartógrafo.
prepare the cartographers or the
La gente iba
mapping
con una
kit,
bolsita
and
llena de un
people will
montón
have a
de
bag with a
elementos
lot of items
y
inside.
bueno, cada
And
coordinador de cada encuentro, que era
each
un artista,
coordinator
proponía una
that
estrategia
was
de
an
trabajo,
artist
entonces la gente anotaba
would
cosas,
make a
intervenía el
proposal,
propio
and
espacio
people
urbano
would have an intervention in their own urban space.
y bueno, y
They would
luego nos
make different
juntábamos,
suggestions, and then we would get
una vez que
together.
terminaba el taller, nos
And when
juntábamos
the
todos
workshop
y
was
empezamos
over,
a hacer
we would get
intercambios
together, we would take
y todas
stock of
esas
what we have
etiquetas se
done,
volcaban
and
en
all
el
those post-it
mapa, en un
notes
mapa que
would be
habíamos
collected
impreso
on
bien
a map
grande.
that was
Y
a
en
very
realidad
large
todas
map
esas
printed
frases que están en neón
on
salen
paper,
de esas
and all those
etiquetas.
neon
Lo que después
phrases
hubo es un
came
trabajo
out
de
of those post-it
consensuar
notes. Then
cuáles
we
eran las que construían una
built
narrativa en el
consensus
espacio.
to
Pero
determine which of those
así
phrases
como están en el
could be
neón, son tal
considered a good
cual
narrative in
lo que
space.
uno lee en
But
esos post-its.
what
Claro
you
que
read
hicimos
on
un
those post-it
recorte
notes
de
actually
6,
ended
o
up
sea, el
being part
recorte
of
fue
those
en cuanto a
phrases. Of
número,
course, we narrowed down the
pero
number
fue
of phrases, but
completamente literal, ¿no?
in numerical terms. But those
Se corrió el
phrases were
sol y cambió
taken
el límite,
literally
salió de
from those
alguien que
post-it
participó en un
notes.
taller.
When somebody says the sun moved
El
and
terreno
the
se vuelve a
limit
mover
was
también.
displaced
Lo que
or
hubo
the
después
ground
al
moves
final
again,
fue
all those words were
consensuar
taken literally
con
from those
cuáles de todas
post-it
estas
notes. Then
cosas
we
que
just
habían
had to reach
surgido
an
nos
agreement
quedábamos,
on
¿no?
which
Por
ones
supuesto,
would
fuimos
be used for
conservando
those
toda
final
esta
phrases. Of course,
documentación,
we
fuimos
kept
haciendo una
all
base de
this
datos con todo
documentation,
lo
we
que fue
built a
surgiendo y
database
al final
with
hicimos una
all
puesta en común
those outputs,
para
and we ended up taking stock of what we have done to select the phrases that would better tell not only what happened in that neighborhood, but also our own experience in that space. Now, in answer to your second question about the robots and their phobias, basically, when there is physical contact, the robots change their trajectory, their direction. If there is some level of friction with other robots, let me tell you, these are 25-centimeter spheres, smaller than a soccer ball. They are made of acrylic, so when there is a little bit of friction with another robot or with the viewer, the spectator, they change the direction, their course, and they also change chromatically. There are LEDs inside those light spheres, and when there is some friction, if they are white, they turn to blue, and vice versa. Actually, this stems from my own concern after living in other geographical regions. I was concerned at that time about physical contact in a social environment. I'm still concerned about that, how we relate to one another, how we connect with somebody that we don't know. So I started envisaging this project. It started at a smaller scale, then it grew. We had the Mamba Telefonica Award, so I submitted that work there, and it was selected, so I got funding for this project because this is not a cheap project, and I was able to develop it. But basically, there is some contact, and they change their course, their direction. I don't know if I am answering your question. Was that your question? Yes, I was asking you about the origin of this concept, why the concept of phobia takes you down this path of building this space. Well, actually, this comes out of my own personal experiences. As I lived in other places, I thought how the relationships of proximity among and between the bodies have a very strong cultural imprint. So this cultural imprint was really appealing to me. That is why I started working with this concept of proximia, that is a concept that Edward Hall came up with. So I started working on the project from that point of view. And there are different levels of sensitivity in each robot. Some robots are much more sensitive to physical contact than others. Just with a little bit of, with a slight touch, they change their direction. Others are more resistant. So these 25 robots were not uniform beings. I wanted to add some individuality, some subjectivity to these robots in this cultural context.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Una pregunta, por favor.
A question, I think. This is a question addressed to Edgardo. I'm curious about that object with a string quartet that you said that you were interested in inscribing music in the object, the first one. Yes, where you have the tray with the 4 arms. By engraving or inscribing music in that object, I also have the feeling that you are also inscribing it, putting it into a surreal object. The thing is that, at first sight, I feel that that object is useless. It is. But if you engraved music in that object, then it is useful. It can. The question is, how can you make an object that apparently Have I done it? I don't know. But if I did it, it's because I follow that thought. Think about this like a musician. You have a composer. The composer creates a score that is on paper. Then a performer takes that paper, who is a middleman or everything relates to that object. So that object becomes useful to the extent that you view it as something useful. So you can use a different record, you can replace the record, and that object is useless. But to that end, it seems that the object is useful for music. It is useful, but only to play this string quartet. I think that I'm starting to understand the poetic dimension that stems out of that object. Yes, that is only an interpretation of myself. If I replace that record, if I use a different record, then it will become useless. It's like my friend, just for that record.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Right then. Thank you. I would like to thank the artists and the audience for the questions.
Paso la palabra para...
Damos paso a la mesa siguiente.
We'll now go to the following panel with Naila Tambras and Laure Champoisier and Anna Maria Battistozzi.
Sur Global. Seguimos. Mesa 2. Narrativas Contemporáneas 1. Naila Tambras, Líbano, historiadora y crítica de arte. Anne-Laure Champoisier, Francia, historiadora de arte y curadora. Ana María Battistozzi, Argentina, curadora y crítica de arte. Coordinación, Diana Wexler. Diana Wexler, curadora argentina, es doctora en Historia del Arte e investigadora del CONICET, directora del Instituto de Investigaciones en Arte y Cultura, Dr. Norberto Grifa, y de la Maestría en Curaduría en Artes Visuales de la Universidad Nacional de 13 de Febrero. En la misma universidad, es subdirectora de los museos. Es también profesora titular de arte argentino en la UBA. Ha recibido becas y subsidios, entre otros, el Postdoctoral Fellowship de la Getty Foundation. Obtuvo premios a la curaduría y ensayo de arte de la Asociación Internacional de Críticos de Arte y de Producción Científica de la Cámara de Senadores de la República Argentina. Naila Tambras, escritora, investigadora y profesora libanesa. Obtuvo un doctorado en literatura comparada y arte en la Universidad Sorbona Nueva París 3. Desde 2008, es jefa de Departamento de Literatura Francesa en la Universidad Saint-Joseph de Beirut, donde creó la maestría en artes con especialización en crítica y curaduría. Sus escritos tratan sobre arte y literatura, estética y teoría. La editorial Horizons publicó su monografía Proust, Retrato, Pintura. Investigó las cuestiones de narrativa, historia y memoria en la literatura y el arte libanés de posguerra y coeditó al respecto una edición especial de Contemporary French and Francophone Studies. Además, publicó la colección de ensayos Literatura, Arte y Mundo Contemporáneo, Relatos, Historia, Memoria. Desde 2014, desarrolla La Noción de Modernidad, una plataforma de investigación y seminario multidisciplinario. Anne-Laure Chamboisier, historiadora de arte y curadora. En noviembre de 2013 creó Cham Projects, una estructura consagrada a la reflexión transversal sobre la cuestión del sonido y de su relación con diferentes disciplinas, cine, artes visuales, literatura, así como acerca de proyectos en torno de figuras históricas del arte, cuyo trabajo continúa teniendo resonancia en el seno de la creación contemporánea en sus más variadas formas. Cham Projects participó de exhibiciones en París, Hong Kong, Barcelona y Mulhouse. Realizó La Poesía en Acción, un film documental sobre Bernard Heidsieck, y dirigió la colección Piezas de Conversación, una serie de entrevistas con artistas cuya práctica es atravesada por el sonido. Dictó seminarios y conferencias sobre artes sonoras en distintos lugares del mundo. Integrará la exposición Más allá del sonido, que se presentará a partir del 30 de septiembre en Montreux, Centro de Arte Contemporáneo. Ana María Battistosi, crítica de arte, curadora y gestora cultural argentina. Es licenciada en Historia del Arte por la Universidad de Buenos Aires, donde también realizó estudios de posgrado. Cursó seminarios en el Museo Guggenheim de Nueva York. Se desempeña como crítica de arte en el diario Clarín y en la revista Eñe. Colabora con diversos medios de España y Latinoamérica. Es profesora en el IUNA y en la Universidad de Palermo. Fue asesora del Ministerio de Cultura del Gobierno de la ciudad, donde diseñó y dirigió el Festival de Arte Estudio Abierto en sus 9 ediciones. Fue directora del proyecto Diálogos Berlín-Buenos Aires y organizó por primera vez en Buenos Aires el evento La Noche de los Museos. Fue curadora del espacio Casa de la Cultura y formó parte de jurados de premiación y selección de numerosos premios nacionales.
Bueno, gracias por este aplauso de recepción.
Thank you for this
Y vamos a
round of
abrir
applause.
con la
Let's
intervención
then
de Naila
start
Tamraz.
with the presentation by Naila Tamraz.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Good afternoon. I would like first to thank Diana and Anibal Josami for inviting me to participate to these very enlightened discussions, and to Buenos Aires, where I come for the first time.
Speak in French.
But it's okay. It's okay. But c'est égal. Yes, and I would like also to apologize. Maybe you know that English is my third language. It may not be as correct as I wish, but I think it will be okay. Yes, I want to begin with something I read a few days ago in the Guardian in one of his September editions. The Guardian published an article of Stuart Jeffries entitled "Why a Forgotten 1930s Critique of Capitalism is Back in Fashion." I hear echo. Is it okay? Do you hear me well? Okay, it's okay. It's okay. So, yes, and in his paper, Stuart Jeffries talked about Jonathan Franzen's novel, published in 2001, The Corrections. In this novel, Chip Lambert liquidates his library. He sells off his collection of Frankfurt School books, as well as his feminist, his formalist, his structuralist, his post-structuralist, his Freudian, and his queers, in order to raise money to impress a new girlfriend. And I'm quoting Jeffries, the Frankfurt School, those mostly dead German Jews who thought and wrote during the Weimar Republic, the Third Reich and the Cold War, seemed irrelevant to Franzen's hero in the new millennium. The critique of capitalist society developed by Walter Benjamin, Max Horkheimer, Adorno, Marcuse, and Erich Fromm and others seemed old hat or at best sophomoric. But, end of quote, but this is the 19th, a time, a decade in which the nightmare of the Frankfurt School came true. There was, as Margaret Thatcher put it, no alternative to capitalism, to what Marcuse called one-dimensional society, to liberal democracy. And Franzen's hero, Lambert, is a man of these boring times, one who, and I'm quoting Jeffries, who is quoting Franzen, and his hero no longer wanted to live in a different world. He just wanted to be a man with dignity in this one. And in his article, Stuart Jeffries explained how, since then, in a context of rebirth of history, about which Badiou wrote in 2012, Badiou was writing about the unexpected consequences of the global financial crisis since 2008, in particular movements such as Occupy and Syriza. Marxism made a comeback, as did Frankfurt School style critical theory. So yes, maybe we are in the post-end of history, but still that anyone reviving critical theory today needs a sense of irony. Quoting again Jeffries, who is quoting Jacques Rancière, the domination of capitalism globally depends today on the existence of a Chinese Communist Party that gives delocalized capitalist enterprises cheap labor to lower prices and deprive workers of the right of self-organization. Happily, it is possible to hope for a world less absurd and more just than today's, end of quote. So, yes, these are contemporary narratives. And I would like to put myself in the position of Franzen's hero to know what is really talking to me today. What can talk to us today? This is hopefully what I will try at least to talk about. And in order to do so, I will begin these little, very simple question. I was really thinking yesterday when I came to Buenos Aires, I just arrived, and how I'm going to begin to talk about that. Then, okay, I thought about these very simple questions, which are not simple at all, and I've stolen to Kant. What can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope? 3 questions that lead to what is man, which makes somebody say, maybe, okay, which makes somebody say, Kant is the most evil man in mankind's history. Of course, I'm joking, but Ayn Rand was not. And it is my way to make less heavy this following very heavy question, who am I? So yes, I will try maybe to, I will definitely begin by talking about me, because that will help me, I believe, to explain maybe what are my present expectations toward art and why. I'm a writer, a researcher, I'm a professor from a background of French and comparative literature. Why did I choose literature? Because I considered it could save the world, or at least that it could contribute to change the world. Sure, I was ambitious, naive. Yes, I was ambitious, naive, and surely utopic. And I'm sure many people today think that although I was or I am not serious, anyway, I must also admit that serious matters did not do better, and that all kinds of very serious ideologies led us to all sorts of disasters. being serious didn't succeed to be much helpful. But yes, some authors did really help me to live in times of disenchantment, just to mention Marcel Proust, or on whom I write, yes, write, as we heard since since minutes. I wrote my PhD thesis, but I can mention Baudelaire as well, and I'll let you with these few words about modernity. So I'm definitely not coming from the contemporary art world in the sense that we consider it nowadays, a world of intense overproduction of artworks, of representations, a world of over-formatting of ideas and languages, a world of very intense circulation of flows that define what we call the art market. Which means that I feel saturated when I see too much art. I find it even scary because it is kind of something we are lost in. Being lost is very close to disappearing. It can be definitely something in the middle of what we can disappear, and this was not meant to be. 2 years ago, I went with my French curator friend to the Palais de Tokyo for an exhibition. It was inside exhibition. And we went from a room space to another in order to see all the artworks that have been on display. And at the end, I felt really, really exhausted. And I told my friend, I really have a feeling of despair. Maybe that's because I really don't know a lot of artists that are on display. There's something disappointing about that. And my friend told me, well, don't worry, I don't know them all neither. Actually, will not remember half of them. So yes, maybe I'm a UFO in the sense that this context of overproduction is not something I find very interesting, but still art and contemporary art is something that I definitely find interesting because it talks about us. To my colleagues coming from the field of literature or human sciences and for whom contemporary art is something shitty because it's obviously not art, I always give the same answer. I solved the question whether to know if it is art or not by deciding not to give an answer. I don't know if it is art, and I don't really want to know what is art, but I know that it is talking about us in the most irresistible way. That's why it is impossible to ignore it. It is impossible to not know what contemporary art is made from. So in the department that I led in my university in Beirut, which is originally a department of French literature, then French and comparative literature, I set up a few years ago a module in art, which soon became a curriculum in art criticism, going, of course, with the idea that we can teach and learn art criticism, but nevertheless, there's something true about it. And we ended with a program in art criticism and curating because we felt that it was not possible to talk about them separately. Since then, I write, I research, and I teach in both spheres of literature and art. I found myself in a zone that I find, I must say, very comfortable to me, that I like a lot. A sort of margin from where I feel decentralized towards the two spheres, but which allowed me to belong to both fields at the same time. This margin is a new kind of centrality. I deal with it with the feeling that life gifted me this opportunity, this privilege, to look at the one with the eyes of the other. This also gives me a new kind of criticality and a new space of criticality. I would like to read a few sentences from this essay of Agamben that you surely know. Those who are truly contemporary, who truly belong to their time, and those who neither perfectly coincide with it nor just adjust themselves to its demands, they are thus, in this sense, irrelevant. But precisely because of this condition, precisely through this disconnection and this anachronism, they are more capable than others of perceiving and grasping their own time. An intelligent man can despise his time while knowing that he nevertheless irrevocably belongs to it, that he cannot escape his own time. End of quotation. So Agamben is defining such a place from where we can see what contemporaneity is. It is impossible, as he thinks, to live this disturbing contemporaneity otherwise than as a mode of distance. And I think we can use the same words to talk about where criticality stands. It has to stand on the outside, on the margin, to see what inside is made from. This is, of course, a layer to add to the fact that coming from the so-called South, this also allowed me to consider the grand narratives that has been produced from a Eurocentric perspective, also standing from the so-called margin, which make, after all, a lot of distance. And yes, of course, as we all know, the meta-narratives that have built our modernity have failed, and modernity in itself became the most ambiguous notion that we have to question in order to understand how to stand towards this modernity that we cannot name modernity anymore, or at least without being suspicious toward the terms that we use. Art history created the most huge meta-narrative as well by naming modern art an art production chronologically which has been displayed as movements or school in a kind of temporality, and the idea that it's going in a sense of emancipation. This also from an Eurocentric perspective, we know that. So the same way modern art is reconsidered and history is written today from multiple perspectives. It's not about modernity anymore, but about plural modernities. Redefining modernity is rewriting history. That's how contemporary art took place. In its global dimension, it stands by itself as a critical tool to read a globalized world and a post-colonial and a post-communist history. That's how the narrative of contemporary art based on identity, displacements, globalization, genders, post-colonial narratives, but also the topics of institutionalization, marketization, and those related to the memory of conflicts, public spaces, and politics, all coming from critical theory, emerge on the curatorial scene. They give us to read an art world deeply contemporary, deeply connected to the real world in time and space. What we see on displays is what we read in books. That's why it is particularly relevant to talk about the lecture that they allowed us to have on the contemporary scene. Nevertheless, I would like to add the following. Being a critical tool, contemporary art, this is a question I would like to raise. Contemporary art, however, became maybe inside the art world a meta-narrative as well. A meta-narrative in the sense that while it's working for a better world, which is basically a world where emancipated human beings get emancipated from all sorts of power, the art world has never been in history as much merchandised in the most intensive way. But criticizing neoliberalism and being part of it is not the worst paradox. It appears also that contemporary art ended by putting in circulation a unique linguistic model that also shows its limit to be relevant. Trying to open up spaces, contemporary art stands inside the enclosure of his own language. I would invite you to read the study entitled International Art English that was produced by Triple Canopy as part of its research work, area, going from E.R. Leach Quote on Political System of Highland Burma of 1954. The study shows how, and I'm quoting, the internationalized art world relies on a unique language. Its purest articulation is found in the digital press release. This language has everything to do with English, but it is emphatically not English. It is largely an export of the Anglophone world and can thank the global dominance of English for its current reach. But what really matters for this language, what ultimately makes it a language, is the point and distance from English that it has always cultivated. In what follows, we examine some of the curious lexical, grammatical, and stylistic features of what we call International Art English. We consider IAE's origins and speculate about the future of this language through which contemporary art is created, promoted, sold, and understood. Some will read our argument as an over-elaborate joke, but there's nothing funny about it, about this language to its users, and the scale of its use testifies to the stakes involved. We are quite serious. Consequently, it appears that contemporary art is as much and even more elitist than what came before. It tells the following: try to understand, and if you don't, then please don't go further. Contemporary art is crossed by multiple tensions between emancipation and alienation, globalization and elitism, communication and segregation, institutionalization. Institutionalisation, it's easier in French, please, sorry. Thanks. And autonomy. This is what we normally call a crisis. So what about the possibility of having other alternative stories to curate the present, what you suggest to us, Diana? And actually, I think it's not really about having other stories than about standing differently in front of the present, finding another way to approach it, and maybe another language to talk about it. I would like to read, but I think we don't have time to do it. Time is running. I would like to read with you this little introduction of Roland Barthes to his book Fragments d'un discours amoureux. But it's in French, so I can read it in French. La nécessité de ce livre tient dans la considération suivante, que le discours amoureux est aujourd'hui d'une extrême solitude. Ce discours peut être parlé par des milliers de sujets qui le sait, mais il n'est soutenu par personne. Il est complètement abandonné des langages environnants, ou ignoré, ou déprécié, ou moqué par eux, coupé non seulement du pouvoir, mais aussi de ses mécanismes qui sont les sciences, les savoirs, les arts. Lorsqu'un discours est de la sorte entraîné par sa propre force dans la dérive de l'inactuel, déporté hors de toute grégarité, il ne lui reste plus qu'à être le lieu, si exigu soit-il, d'une affirmation.
And it is not the place, but actually what is shown as an affirmation, which is in sum the issue in the book.
Is poetry a response to disenchantment? Barthes is not talking about poetry, but this is an extrapolation I'm doing. Is poetry a response to disenchantment? Does it open up new spaces of dialogue? Yes, I think so. And I don't believe that it really stops to talk to us. Poetry is not some kind of romantic posture, totally disconnected from the real. There's something in poetics that has to do with the possibility to inhabit politically the world. In his Politics, Aristotle considered the artistic creation as poetic productions and as a contributor to this individual and collective good that defines political life. and it is still possible to redefine and reactivate those links. Today, we know better than ever, in the face of a world that is witnessing the end of dictatorships and the change of times, the major political disruptions are thought out through poetic metaphors. Because where authoritarian regime establish a world order and create, in order to define it, a language where words are devoid of complexity, poetry regains its power as a multiple thought that stands as a negation, and where naming things poetically becomes a political act. Poetry is freedom because it allows to say differently. Similarly, where galloping neoliberalism contaminates all the fields of human activity and contributes to depoetize the world and disenchant it, poetry brings a way to reappropriate words and their power over the real. Poetry is resistance in the face, before talking about something else, in the face of the editorial world and the domination and the dominating models among which it struggles to find its place, in the face of the world simply and the reality that it suggests to approach differently. Two words to put an end. Roland Barthes used to say about Baudelaire that he moves forward looking in his mirror, and he was talking about the mirror of the car, the retroviseur. Yes, Baudelaire used to look backward because modernity was a hell for him. But Le Peintre de la Vie Moderne is much more an essay about the fascination towards modernity, and that's why it is a hell. I think that we find in Baudelaire all what enables us to think post-modernity. And I do think that living contemporaneity is, in its more fragile and transitional dimension, is exciting. But I also think to fully understand the role of the contemporary curator, we need to develop an understanding of the larger context in which the distribution and reception of art operates outside of curatorial discourse. But yes, of course, it's a discourse by itself. Thank you.
Voilà. Je vais faire mon intervention en français, hein, même si on pourra continuer en espagnol après.
I'm going to speak in French. I don't speak Spanish very well. I apologize for that. I decided to approach the issue of narratives based on contemporary fiction through the particular means of sound that is part of the curatorship and art history. I'm going to talk about narratives, and now we have to ask ourselves a big question. So I don't have much time, so I'll try to focus on two lines, the exhibitions and the works of artists. You will see that we are going to talk about devices of different heights. These are installation works. The first theme has to do with sound, based on the text of the voice, and then I decided to approach narratives through those sounds that generate some kind of recitation, considering the exhibition that I've been at that is called All Science Fiction. So let's focus on the first main theme, on the first theme. Some plastic artists speak about the matter of text and sound that invites us to invoke others. So I'm going to talk about two artists, one Marceline Delbecq and then Jeannette Calvi. Marceline Delbecq is a French artist. She was born in 1977. She lives between Paris and New York. Her specific work focuses on recitation and the voice in order to come up with different narrative levels. This is translated into photographs and sound installations or films, or works that deal with the look. In 2010, she created trilogy, or works 4, 5, and 6. Perhaps we can display here the picture of that installation.
Bueno. Ainsi, là on le voit effectivement.
Here we can see effectively on the screen, Marceline Delbecq started working from 12 photographs. That was the starting point for the narrative she wrote that shows her diaries from her travels, her trips in the United States. In this installation, there are 3 recitations that regroups the installation with the characters, and they are coming and going in their thoughts. After listening to a piece of that work, you have sound fragments and musical pieces that were created together with Simone Delbecq. And the 3 examples written for this trilogy are voice examples. They have a narrative and a name that was created for the characters. So now let's try to listen to the sounds of this artwork.
Il quitte l'hôtel le soir même, sans état d'âme, décidé à poursuivre ses recherches qui n'avancent qu'au compte-gouttes. Le temps imparti ne lui suffira pas, il le sait. Plusieurs années ne seraient pas du luxe pour creuser profondément toutes les pistes, fouiner dans les coins, dresser un inventaire de minutieux détails à ne surtout pas négliger, entasser pêle-mêle des images découpées, des brouillons manuscrits, des additions graisseuses, des cartes de visite, des numéros de téléphone griffonnés à la hâte pour prolonger des rencontres illusoires. La femme dont il regrette déjà d'avoir suivi les conseils apparaît en filigrane dans tous les visages. Tout le temps. Il va falloir s'y faire.
Oui, donc comme on l'a entendu, effectivement, c'est ce que je disais, c'est que ça combine, en fin de
Eso
compte,
combina
que la voix, effectivement, cette
la
voix narratrice
voz,
qui à la
una voz
fois
narrativa que al mismo tiempo
compte à la fois, effectivement,
que al
cette
mismo
recherche
tiempo da
personnage à la
cuenta
recherche
de
comme ça
esa
de cet écrivain
búsqueda
fictif, et en même
afectiva
temps,
y al
nous parle
mismo
aussi des
tiempo también
interrogations de la
Or
recherche
habla
affection,
de las
personne
preguntas
and
de esa búsqueda.
also
faire ses recherches.
speaks about the questions posed in that personal quest. The voice is for this artist in particular, and then I would like to highlight that that sound material poses some challenges for us. The second artist perhaps is well known to you as an artist. She has displayed her work in many biennials, and she worked a lot around narrative and fiction, and I wanted to show you specifically a device that is called Le Works that she developed over a number of years. She has been developing it since 1985. This is a fiction device engraved in time, and she participates with the use of headphones and a smartphone in this experience, and she also uses a geopositioning system. This is an augmented reality example, and also she contributes to the construction of the fictitious reality. You are invited to use headphones to hear the sounds, and participants are recorded with an open and ambiguous recitation. And thus, the audience is taken through unknown places along a path that is unknown to them, showing fear, horror, trust, different feelings. Specifically, Audio Wall, another piece of art that she created in 1989 or in 1999 for London Gallery is also included here. No, this is the film. We need to see Elsa Clough's work, please.
You can hear the turning of newspaper pages. People talking softly. There's a man standing beside me. He's looking in the crime section now. He reaches to pick up a book, opens it, leaves through a few pages, then puts it back on the shelf. He's wandering off to the right. Pick up the book he looked at. It's on the third shelf down. It's called Dreams of Darkness by Reginald Hill. I'm opening it to page 88. She set off back at a brisk pace, in a rutted and muddy lane about a furlong from the house. She thought she heard a sound ahead of her. She paused. She could hear nothing, but her straining eyes caught a movement in the gloom. Someone was approaching. A foot splashed in a puddle. Sometimes when you read things, it seems like you're remembering them. Close the book. Put it back to where you found it. I want you to walk with me. There's some things I need to show you. Go to the right. Walk past the main desk. Through the turnstile.
One of the librarians recognized her from the photograph.
Now up the stairs.
fait. Alors la pièce s'appelait The Missing Walls. Donc,
The art music
comme,
lovers to the
comme
right.
vous l'entendez effectivement, il y a quelque chose qui se crée dans beaucoup de son travail et en particulièrement justement dans cette pièce qui a une forme de
I
distinction entre
saw
le sens
there
aspect et
are different elements in that work of art that make a difference between elements that are constantly confounded. We move from the present to the memory to reality, and there we see the ghosts and the wishes and the desires of every individual. I can speak about many artists who work with text, voice, but I have been allotted a very short time, so I'm not going to go into those details. I will have an exhibition in Congress next week that talks about voice as a generator for stories and narratives. And this is a group of 4 artists. Lou Ferrari, a composer who died a decade ago, who was a very important personality in concrete music in France, and other 3 artists. These 4 artists have a common sound text that is based on the ground register, and on the basis of that collection of sounds, they work on the montage of different pieces, and they get to a level of fiction that is present throughout their work, the reality that is cut across by this fiction, capturing mental images that turn into stories that are retold, recitations. These recitations range between the musical form and the documentary form. So what is the border between the reality and this fragility or this frailty? As a way of asking ourselves where sounds come from, natural sounds. And finally, this exhibition merges with the space, because there is another way of writing that same recitation, but it will become clearer when we watch the video.
À l'intérieur même de cet espace, il y avait 3 œuvres de la pièce de Cédric Maridé,
there were 3 rooms. Derrick Maridé, Deladoire, and the Pont artworks were displayed there. They worked in different ways. So, at a given point, they wondered whether the theme of sound could be crossed with or blended with sound. So here you have these promontories, these loudspeakers in this piece. This was a 4-time piece of work with a 3-time recitation. The audience was invited to listen to that recitation. The first recitation was listened to at the same time. Then we had this room inside. Spectators were invited to listen to this self-recitation. A mental idea was developed in this dark space, and Martin Desplanques decided to conceive a work of art that would make a play with, or that would play around with the acoustics of the space, to create some confounding or some confusion with the works. It was an element that was added to the narrative. And the sound qualities of the space. This is the documentation from that display. The truth is that sound creates a space for narratives and invites the visitors to create their own story, their own narrative. That is the sound's ability to open up to diverse narrative spaces. That's fine. So these were just a few examples on the topic of sound as a space for fiction, for recitation, for narrative, how we can effectively see in these works that I have shown you how this happens. These are not byproducts of those spaces. All these artworks are physical. They invite us to follow a path, and at the same time, they create intimate, fantastic narrative, sounds, and images that are tangible. Thank you.
Bueno, gracias a todos.
I would like to thank you all for being here with us. I would like to thank Diana and Aníbal for inviting me to participate in this meeting today with these prestigious colleagues. I will try to focus at this moment in contemporary art on certain recurrent narratives and what is still kept as a format where artworks assume or gain some visibility, and that is the exhibition format. During my talk, I would like to bring to you some conclusions and some thoughts that I took from the Biennial in Sao Paulo that has been recently opened. Probably my contributions will not add anything new when I say that as an international exhibition platform, the biennials that went through many decades were criticized with the most concrete examples of post-colonialism, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the characteristics that define the new transformations of the reality of the world. Although the questionings and the try to assume the national expressions and to criticize them because they did not express the political situations. Venice, the Biennial of Venice still maintains those expressions. Because of political reasons from the municipality, I don't think that curators can change those conditions today, but the true change that we see emerging in our present time perhaps was introduced by the first step that was Documenta 10, Documenta 10, not because Catherine David presented the exhibition under the idea of a retrospective suggesting to look at the past with a future-looking approach. And if you consider the selection of artists included there, you can truly notice that there was a huge difference with the present time, because at that time, most of the artists invited to that exhibition represented the North US-Europe axis, and only a few artists, the Rames Isaac, the African filmmaker Gabriel Orozco, and Yelo Tisica, who was an artist that David had worked a lot with, were the few representatives of other geographical regions. But perhaps it is more important to underline that the perspective of the famous 100 days, 100 visitors that they had was something to highlight here. We had guests from science and philosophy and other areas, and she postulated there the state of the world. The growing concern in view of a historical paradigm that changed the social, cultural, and economic relations, the effects of which we are feeling now dramatically, was very important because it came to shed new light on what up to that moment had been considered merely an exhibition platform. Anyway, we had to wait until the new millennium started, when the new non-European curator took over for the new Documenta, to see that these main exhibitions would open their doors to other latitudes, and that we would have artists from other parts of the world. So that was the first exhibition looking at the post-colonial issue, and that posed this question and this invitation at the global level with 5 platforms. One was in Kassel, but the other 4 took place in Vienna, New Delhi, St. Lucia, and Berlin. And also in South Africa, in different cities within South Africa. Curators on that occasion that assisted Oki and Worker came from different places. Octavio Sasha was there, together with Carlos Basualdo. So I'm trying to give you this historical review just to get to analyze where we are now. For some time, there has been some reluctance to acknowledge the value of the previous debate platforms. These are fora where we can reflect on what may happen in the future. So a good example of this is Bienal Sur. At the same time, I want to look into the traditional exhibition platform that we see in these kind of settings. Although a lot of criticism came from the Ivo Mesquita curated biennial, especially if we look at the Sao Paulo Biennial now, that was officially opened a couple of weeks ago. Under the title Living Uncertainty, this edition, as many others, attempts to reflect the living conditions in present times. Joseph Golf, the curator, defined it as a contribution to uncertainty as a way of understanding or not understanding the world that we inhabit. I am interested in going back to the 2014 edition that invited artists to work around the ideas of perplexity, powerless, and hesitation. How to speak about those things that don't exist, those that we don't have a name for. If we look at the most recent biennial in Venice, the concern for the future seems to prevail in contemporary narratives. So we must conclude that the main international platforms that do not give up the exhibition format have stopped to pay attention to linguistic innovations, and they agree on the fact that there is an urgent need now to raise the problems affecting the world. Thus, art is urged to deal with global warming, the exploitation of natural resources, ecology, migratory policies, gender discrimination, or gender-based discrimination. So all these topics seem to be present in Biennial 32. Exclusion and different forms of violence are also present there. I was also referring to something that was made visible in the past edition. In my opinion, more intensely. Violence in its different forms and intolerance created by different types of fundamentalisms. Also a summary of indigenous cultures, their cosmologies and shamanism were present there, with a suggestion of being able to live with the elemental things. So the question now is how all these urgent needs translate into this phenomenon in this format that we are analyzing here and that has been confirmed and legitimated. How can we prevent the answer to these questions and its inclusion in a certain narrative from becoming, from running the risk of becoming like an NGO declaration of principles? And how can we make sure that poetry and philosophy can contribute to the intensity of this sensitive experience without making this experience non-speculative? So I think that these are the main problems that are present in the 32nd edition of this Biennial. If we also consider that the institutional presentation incentive ends up weakening the radicality of many of these practices, then I believe it is important to revisit this idea, how the exhibition format must be analyzed in these particular circumstances.
Perdón.
I would like to examine the way in which Oscar Niemeyer's modernistic building in this edition and in many other editions poses serious problems. In this one, in particular, where the relationship with nature is explored, the openness that we see there through the glass walls allow the park to come into the exhibition space. So sometimes this serves as a supplement, as a true integration, and other times it becomes a problem. Here, I believe that this becomes a problem because this artwork by this artist that you see here on the screen that has different paths of earth is tarnished in light of the powerful presence of nature that is coming onto this artwork. And this is just a fragment of nature. We know that the potential of nature here is subverted by the real universe.
Let me make a comment from Cuban critic Gerardo Mosquera when he was analyzing the conflicts. First of all, I would like Before going back with this quote, I would like to highlight that just as it has been happening in many of the exhibition platforms in the past few years, it is what I believe. I'm not really sure, I don't really remember who was before me in the previous, who were the previous speakers, but some of them was referring to the idea of the circumstance that all of those artists who easily would recognize, that we would easily recognize 10 years ago, probably we wouldn't see them nowadays because there is a large amount of new artists coming from different places, from Africa, from China, from Thailand, from South America, from Iceland. And in relation to this, we can say then that these are probably some of the desired consequences of globalizations that can tap into many of the non-desired aspects of globalization. And so in this sense, I would like to make reference to a comment by Mosquera when analyzing the conflicts and possibilities of globalization in terms of the practice of curation. Mosquera says that with so many changes, it is clear that there is no coming back to pre-colonial tradition, and this would suppose going back to a past that is contaminated and doesn't leave you a lot of margin for action to contemporary stuff. And so it is important then to highlight that these are not only cultural problems, as Bienal number 32 in São Paulo may suggest. It's actually a question of power. And in this contest, we compare the previous edition, where a conflict with a mark that defines contemporary life was expressed, in my view, with more intensity. Many projects were based
Esta obra de Jonatas de Andrade, perdón, ¿eh? Bueno.
I would like again to remark the detail in this work by Jonathan Andrade that makes reference to an indigenous community in the eastern coast of Brazil, where people fish for food, but fishers also help the fisher to die. And so in this sense, with the sense that these works provide, I think it is very appropriate to mention Mosquera's comment. And so it is important that we're not only dealing with cultural changes, but actually with this power idea that was mentioned. Many projects in the previous biennial were oriented to reflecting different kinds of confrontations that were not resolved with different ideas of politics or different ideas of social reality. And so it seems that the conflict in this sense is absent. And most of the works, on the contrary, are covering this because they are replacing it by a vision of naive views targeted to alternative way of productions and protest. It is therefore important to also point out that the scope with which they design may reinforce or agree with this discourse. And let's just stop here.
Bueno, realmente nos interesaba situar
we were really interested
esta primera mesa
in
sobre narrativas
talking about contemporary narratives
en este recorrido en donde
And Naila, as we all heard, referred to questioning what is the place of art, what is art, and to reach these areas of borders where poetry is redefined and relocated from a new perspective and as a new territory, going also to Anne-Laure's territory, where territory is marked by sound, and then again there's poetry, and then there's other stories and other narratives. And we're particularly interested in narrations, and in this sense, Anna's presentation and the possibility to review the biennial system crisis and this comparison between the last two biennales in Sao Paulo, I think we're also good to include the dimension of power. It seems this is outdated now, but this is very well said, and I think nothing is outdated if it is a tool that we can use. These disputes for symbolic powers that Bourdieu mentions are actually present in each of the cases and in its options or decisions we make with respect to what is the narrative that we can build, which is a place we can give to margin, and Naila was referring to margin as another center. And in all of these possibilities we can see that enable the three positions of the three curators, it is very interesting to see or to pose the problem. If you agree, I propose that we leave the questions for later because we've been here for many hours. Let's then break for strictly 15 minutes and then we come back with the next panel, and then we take the questions for this panel and the next panel. Okay?
Si alguna vez dijimos que esta Bienal iba a ser muy original, ahora lo estamos confirmando. Va a ser la primera vez que se hace un evento de arte de estas características que esté supervisado, dirigido, controlado, coordinado por un conjunto de universidades que están entre las más representativas y las más significantes de cada uno de sus países. Ayer hemos hecho la primera reunión del comité, ya éramos 11 en esa primera reunión, no fue anteayer, fue hace 2 o 3 días, ya hay integradas 18, estamos esperando las respuestas de otras para llegar a un grupo de 25, que sea un grupo realmente representativo, pero lo suficientemente chico como para que se puedan hacer reuniones que sean positivas. Por eso yo decía que creo que esto es el elemento que tenemos que rescatar de esta etapa de Bienal Sur, por su originalidad y por la importancia que tiene. Las universidades son las instituciones que dentro de la sociedad están encargadas de producir y de distribuir el conocimiento. Entonces creemos que por la relación que tienen las universidades con los sujetos sociales, son el mejor elemento para darle a esta Bienal los rasgos que nosotros queremos darle, que son fundamentalmente volver a enlazar el arte contemporáneo con la sociedad y encontrar nuevas formas de arte contemporáneo que tengan que ver con la llegada directa y con la posibilidad de participación de los artistas con la gente, para que se vuelva a encontrar el conjunto de la gente con el arte contemporáneo, y para eso se necesita un arte contemporáneo que esté menos influido por el mercado, que esté menos influido por las modas, que esté menos influida por la idea del arte como un objeto de lujo. Tenemos que volver al sentido verdadero del arte, aquello que Paul Valéry describía como la búsqueda, ese sentimiento casi religioso de búsqueda de la belleza. Creo que esto lo estamos logrando y por eso esta 10ª jornada es más que representativa por estas cosas que vine comentando, que demuestran que nuestro proyecto era posible de ser llevado a cabo y que nuestro proyecto se está ampliando cada vez más. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Estamos con Edgardo Rudnitsky, artista sonoro, compositor y percusionista argentino residente en Berlín. Edgardo, bienvenido a este 10º encuentro de la Bienal Sur.
Gracias, contento de estar acá.
¿Vas a estar presentando algunas de tus obras, contando algo acerca de esta temática que se te plantea?
Intentaré tratar de explicar algo de la temática que tiene que ver con mi trabajo en particular y en relación a la obra que viene la semana que viene al museo.
Vas a estar también presente en unos días en una muestra que se realizará aquí mismo en Montref. ¿Se puede adelantar algo sobre esa temática?
Está muy bien, la muestra está muy bien. No, es una muestra muy interesante, es una muestra curada por Anne-Laure Chamboisier, que es una curadora francesa que se dedica específicamente al arte sonoro, y no hay muchas personas que se dediquen a esto, y el grupo de artistas que hay es sumamente interesante. Realmente es un placer enorme estar en esa muestra. Mi obra es una obra grande, de las cuales no les voy a decir más nada que eso, pero estoy muy feliz de haberla podido hacer. Creo que es una obra, bueno, que funciona específicamente muy bien en este museo.
¿Qué te parece el espacio en donde se va a exponer?
Bueno, el museo es fascinante. Yo conocí el museo el año pasado en relación a esta muestra, lo vine a conocer. Me impresionó muchísimo, y el espacio que pedí y me dieron es magnífico, que en realidad no es el espacio normal de exhibición, que es un pasillo que separa los dos museos, el de la inmigración y el de arte contemporáneo. Y es un espacio único, es una situación muy extraña, un edificio de prácticamente 90 metros de largo, sin columnas. O sea, la visual que uno tiene es única absolutamente.
¿Sabías que pasaron más de 1 millón de inmigrantes por aquí, por este museo? ¿Tenés algún vínculo, algún antepasado que tenga que ver con las raíces extranjeras?
Supongo que todos. Sí, en realidad estuve la otra vez y ya llegué hoy aquí y todavía no fui a la computadora de abajo a hacer mis averiguaciones, pero sí, mis 2 abuelos paternos y mis 2 bisabuelos maternos vinieron de afuera, todos.
Por último, te pregunto acerca de esta Bienal que se está realizando, Bienal Sur, incluye a 12 países en la región. Has viajado por todo el mundo con Jorge Macchi en Italia, en la Bienal de Venecia. ¿Cómo ves esta Bienal? ¿Tiene algún diferencial que vos estás viendo a raíz de lo que se está planteando?
Esta Bienal es una cosa única. En realidad, yo soy una persona mayor y Hace muchos años esto hubiera sido como un sueño impensable, de verdad. Antes estaba hablando con un curador peruano, Rodrigo, en contrabajo y con otra gente, que es una situación muy particular creer que 12 países de la región están haciendo este proyecto. Y creo que lo más interesante de este proyecto en un periodo de bienales en decadencia es que hace una propuesta totalmente diferente, donde además el proceso de llegar a la bienal, que sería el año próximo, es tan o más interesante que ese evento en sí, que sería la supuesta bienal.
Muchas gracias y muchos éxitos en la presentación de hoy.
Gracias a vos.
Estamos con Ana Laura Jean-Bossier, historiadora de arte y curadora francesa. Bienvenida al 10º encuentro de la Bienal.
Sí, gracias. Buenos días.
Hoy estará presente en la segunda mesa. ¿Nos puede adelantar acerca de su presentación, sobre qué temática estará conversando?
Sí, la temática de la mesa sea sobre las narraciones contemporáneas. Y como yo estoy especializada como curadora sobre las cuestiones del medium del sonido, voy a tratarlo aparte de esta cuestión del sonido y qué narración o qué narración diferentes puede abrir propio el medium del sonido.
¿Qué le parece estos encuentros abiertos donde artistas, curadores, historiadores empiezan a conversar entre sí con el público presente para interactuar y empezar a pensar esta Bienal Sur? ¿Qué opinión tiene acerca de estos encuentros?
Me parece muy interesante porque pienso que es una cosa un poquito nueva, porque siempre cuando se habla de Bienal, se piensa siempre en exposiciones solamente, pero hay todo este trabajo también de encuentros, de reflexión, de encuentros entre mundo de diferentes países también, curadores, artistas, y bueno, lo veo de una cosa muy, muy interesante.
En unos días va a estar presentando la muestra Más allá del sonido, que se realizará aquí en este mismo edificio, el Montref. ¿Qué nos puede adelantar sobre su curaduría de Más allá del sonido?
Bueno, sí, de verdad es que el Montref me ha invitado para hacer esta exposición propio sobre el sonido, donde he invitado a 6 artistas de varios países y que vamos a tratar de la cuestión del sonido, ¿no? Y aparte de unos artistas que vienen de mundos diferentes, del mundo de la música, de las artes visuales o de la literatura, y que serán obras que se han pensado o propio en relación con el sitio arquitecto, el sitio propio, la cuestión acústica del sitio o con la cuestión de la historia sí misma de este lugar, ¿eh? que lleva una historia importante que tiene que ver con la inmigración.
Muchas gracias y éxitos en esta presentación y en esta muestra que en unos días va a estar también inaugurando.
Gracias.
Estamos con Steve Roden, artista y músico estadounidense, presente hoy en el 10º encuentro. ¿Cómo será su disertación en el día de la fecha?
So what is your dissertation going to be like today? What is your talk going to be like?
The talk today is going to be about my own personal history with sound. A lot of my work comes from sound. I use sound. I have a long relationship to sound, also to music.
Hoy va a tener que ver con todo mi historial con respecto del sonido y todo lo que hago yo con la música, mi trabajo con la música.
Well, what do you think about this place, this museum? ¿Qué piensa acerca de este museo en el que se está desarrollando este evento?
It's amazing. I mean, the history that people have shown us about its history, but also walking through this place is amazing. There's giant spaces, right? Reverberant, crazy loud, booming spaces. There's a lot of my work's going to be in a small space. It's very intimate and quiet, and it's rare to have a structure this huge, to have so many spaces, and also to allow work to speak in different ways because they're in different spaces.
Es un espacio realmente maravilloso y el lugar donde nosotros vamos a estar es en realidad un lugar pequeño. Hay como mucha reverberancia por todos lados y es un espacio muy lindo realmente donde trabajar.
En unos días usted se va a estar presentando en la próxima muestra del Montref, Más allá del sonido. ¿Qué nos puede contar sobre esta exposición?
Beyond Sound. So what can you tell us about that exhibition?
I think I'm the only sound artist who's showing works that don't have sound in terms of volume, but there are drawings and scores, and also some prints that I'm working with an artist that lives here, who I haven't met yet, all through the internet, but it's been great. And so I wanted the work to evoke sound, but to not have sound in the space other than the sounds in the existing space.
Creo que soy el único artista de sonido que habla del sonido, o que presenta el sonido sin demasiado sonido, es decir, no hay volumen. Lo que yo voy a presentar mi trabajo son más bien partituras y algunos gráficos, y lo que yo quiero hacer en realidad es evocar el sonido.
Por último, ¿qué piensa de esta bienal que se está empezando a gestar con estos encuentros? Una bienal que incluye a 12 países en América del Sur.
What do you think of this biennial that is now just starting and is including 12 countries in South America?
It's incredible. I mean, incredible. And you're bringing artists from all over the world here, right? It's exactly what the building was for before, right? People are coming from all over the place and they're coming here. And we're engaging with each other. I can't understand people's languages, they can't understand mine, but we're sitting here doing things together. It's great.
Es realmente increíble, es un lugar fantástico. Estamos recibiendo acá gente de todos los lugares del mundo, es el lugar ideal para eso, por ser el Museo de los Inmigrantes. Yo hay algunos idiomas que no entiendo, hay otros que no entienden mis idiomas, pero nos vamos a comunicar a través del arte.
Muchos éxitos en esta jornada y en la próxima muestra aquí en Montref.
I hope you're very successful in these days and in the next exhibition here at Montref.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Estamos con Tadeu Chiarelli, director de la Pinacoteca del Estado de San Pablo y asesor Bienal Sur. Tadeu, usted participó ya de varios encuentros y en distintos lugares. ¿Qué le parece el lugar elegido para este 10º encuentro?
Yo pienso que el primer fue acá y me encanta porque las memorias de la población del Sudamérica dicen respecto a todos los latinoamericanos, a brasileños, argentinos, paraguayos. Yo pienso que hay una carga de emoción acá en este lugar. Me encanta mucho.
¿Qué le parece que en estos encuentros se inviten diferentes personalidades para pensar esta Bienal Sur? Desde artistas hasta curadores, historiadores del arte, críticos. ¿Qué piensa de esta interdisciplinariedad?
Yo pienso que esta Bienal es como una red, como algo que solamente se puede pensar en la edad de la Internet. Me gusta mucho pensar que será una Bienal que va a ocurrir en todo el mundo al mismo tiempo con personas de las más variadas regiones del globo trabajando juntos. Yo pienso que es algo muy nuevo. Yo estoy muy curioso y muy orgulloso de participar de este emprendimiento.
¿Cómo va el futuro de esta Bienal Sur a realizarse el año próximo?
Yo pienso que esta Bienal es el futuro, una posibilidad del futuro para el arte y la cultura del mundo, no solamente de Latinoamérica, pero porque es una red. Yo pienso que esta idea es magnífica. Yo pienso que esto es el futuro de la Bienal y de arte, tal vez.
Hablando respecto de su país, de Brasil y del Estado de San Pablo, ¿cómo ve este vínculo de Brasil con la Bienal Sur? ¿Qué le aporta a su país que es tan rico artísticamente?
Nosotros recibimos las personas de la Bienal en la Pinacoteca, con artistas de Brasil y de Latinoamérica también. Y yo pienso que hay una vocación en Brasil y sobre todo en la Pinacoteca del Estado de hacer diálogos con todos los países latinoamericanos. Entonces están todos muy curiosos para participar de esta edición y de las otras. Estamos botando fe, como se dice en portugués.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo y éxitos en esta presentación.
Muchas gracias.
Estamos con Raquel Schwartz, artista y directora de Kiosco. Bienvenida a este 10º encuentro de Bienal Sur.
Bueno, muchas gracias, muy feliz de estar acá.
¿Qué nos puede contar acerca de la disertación en la cual estará participando usted? ¿Sobre qué temática estarán conversando?
Bueno, un poco vamos a hablar sobre los espacios contemporáneos en el sur. Y bueno, me toca presentar un poco mi espacio, mi proyecto y conversar con los otros panelistas.
que nos puede contar acerca de Bolivia y su realidad artística. ¿Qué le aportará esta Bienal Sur al integrarla dentro de los 12 países que la conformarán?
Bueno, yo creo que Bolivia se va a ver muy enriquecida, la misma escena boliviana de ser parte de la Bienal Sur. Yo creo que la Bienal va a aportar a un diálogo más estrecho entre nosotros.
Usted ha viajado por diferentes países con muchas exposiciones. ¿Cómo ve que se realice una Bienal que sea integral, que incluya a estos 12 países y que intente democratizar el arte y descentralizar la cultura, llevándolo a lugares en el interior de los países de Sudamérica?
Me parece genial. Creo que es una propuesta mucho más abierta, mucho más democrática que integra a los 12 países. O sea, creo que no he visto un trabajo como este o una bienal así como esta. Siempre son más sectoriales, cerradas. Y esto se abre y creo que marca una pauta para que, bueno, todos podamos participar.
¿Qué opinión tiene acerca de estos eventos puntualmente en el que se invitan a los protagonistas, ¿no?, de estos espacios artísticos, como son los artistas, los curadores, historiadores del arte y el público presente para debatir sobre esta Bienal Sur?
Bueno, me parece que es muy interesante y yo creo que todas estas previas enriquecen los contenidos y enriquecerán también las propuestas. Entonces, a mí me encanta. Yo estoy feliz de participar.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo y éxitos en la presentación entonces.
Bueno, muchas gracias a ti y gracias a la Bienal. Gracias.
Estamos con Fernando Farina, curador y gestor cultural, asesor Bienal Sur, presente nuevamente en otro encuentro de estos encuentros abiertos rumbo a la Bienal Sur. Bueno, bienvenido al Montref nuevamente.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Sí, estamos en un nuevo encuentro que de alguna manera es el encuentro de cierre para abrir otras actividades de la Bienal. Es el último encuentro que podríamos decir teórico, de compartir reflexiones, de discutir sobre distintas temáticas artísticas.
Has estado como protagonista de estos encuentros en varias ocasiones. ¿Cómo has visto el paso de estos encuentros a lo largo del tiempo en este 2016?
A mí me parece interesantísimo el formato que va teniendo la Bienal y cómo la Bienal se viene desarrollando. Creo que Bienal Sur justamente se está constituyendo como un espacio absolutamente alternativo, de reflexión, de pregunta acerca del arte contemporáneo. Creo que está generando algo así como una especie de cruce de todo. Y en ese sentido creo que va abriendo un espacio singular y eso para mí es lo más interesante que está pasando.
Hoy vas a estar coordinando una mesa que tiene que ver con lo contemporáneo. ¿Qué nos puedes adelantar acerca de lo que se va a estar hablando hoy?
Bueno, pero es lo que justamente hablamos, o lo que recién comentaba, que tiene que ver con esto. A veces si uno piensa en una bienal y todavía hoy los curadores están pensando que una bienal tiene que ser una exposición que se realiza en un determinado lugar, que por ahí se puede ampliar a varios lugares, pero puede ser a la ciudad de alguna forma, generar algún tipo de circuito expositivo. Y yo lo que voy observando es que Bienal Sur justamente está rompiendo con ese esquema, con esa lógica, va deslocalizándose y al mismo tiempo relocalizándose en distintos lugares. Entonces, pensar de que esto se va transformando en una especie de red donde se van a producir distintas acciones y eventos, exposiciones o no, en distintos lugares de América del Sur ya habla de otro formato. Pero es otro formato que uno dice, bueno, pero eso no se está dando. Bueno, de alguna manera también se están dando, porque las redes en este momento ya están funcionando. Si uno piensa, por ejemplo, las redes que van generando los artistas de espacios alternativos, las redes de residencias artísticas, todo eso está presente y tal vez no tenga la visibilidad hasta ahora que tienen otro tipo de formato como puede ser una bienal ortodoxa, pero yo creo que eso hoy está empezando a tener más importancia que otro tipo, ya digo, de bienales, ¿no es cierto?, clásicas, como puede ser una exposición o cualquier tipo de muestra. Me parece que pensar en estos formatos que son alternativos, pero claramente institucionales, porque ya tienen un desarrollo de muchos años, me parece que es muy interesante. Entonces, que nosotros estemos hoy reunidos con gente de Bolivia, de Brasil, de la Argentina, que está trabajando en estos formatos, llamémosle alternativos, pero que son institucionales, me parece sumamente provechoso porque hacen a este nuevo formato de la Bienal, de Bienal Sur.
¿Crees que Bienal Sur está interpelando al público y a los propios artistas a la hora de pensar el arte actualmente, o al menos poniéndolo a la luz estos nuevos formatos y espacios?
Pero claro que sí, está funcionando como un encuentro de reflexión sobre arte contemporáneo, que es lo más interesante que puede llegar a pasar, porque cuando vienen con un formato de bienal y te hacen una presentación y algo congelado, donde vos tenés que leer lo que no sé, lo que está ahí presente, bueno, eso sí, es un formato clásico que tal vez no es lo más interesante en un momento donde justamente están pasando un montón de cosas y me parece de que sea algo mucho más dinámico, mucho más interactivo, bueno, creo que y abierto en red, fundamentalmente, me parece mucho más interesante.
Muchas gracias y éxitos en este encuentro.
Gracias.
Nobody remember exactly what time was the first time she saw the art.
El arte es expresión.
Un modo de inclusão.
Que sea gratuito, refleja la cultura del pueblo.
A democratização da arte ajuda a sociedade a crescer.
All South America together.
It's a great opportunity to show unity to the world.
Art is part of the life.
Y a que puedas no preguntarle a nadie que lo que haces vale la pena, vas a ser un artista.
El propósito de la Bienal es definir un formato que funcione con respeto por las singularidades, redefiniendo los posicionamientos tradicionales, complejizando las relaciones, recuperando tradiciones, estableciendo otros lazos entre espacios y tiempos, siendo congruentes con el nuevo paradigma post-autónomo que permite repensar la escena del arte y la cultura contemporáneos.
Bem-vindo à Bienal Internacional de Arte Contemporânea da América do Sul.
Para el encuentro de artistas, curadores, críticos, teóricos, coleccionistas, públicos que consideren a este como espacio ineludible, no solo por la calidad de la propuesta en materia de arte, sino por su capacidad de proyección y transferencia. Sur Global. Ahora, Mesa 3, en los bordes de lo real 2. Eddie Ladoire, Francia, artista. Steve Roden, Estados Unidos, artista. Coordinación, Claudia Casarino, Paraguay, artista. Asesor Bienal Sur. Eddie Ladoire vive y trabaja en la región de Burdeos, en Francia, al haber transitado un camino dual entre artes aplicadas y música electroacústica en el Conservatorio de Burdeos. Es a la vez artista plástico y músico, compone música electroacústica y crea instalaciones sonoras. Es autor de obras radiofónicas y de postales sonoras, especialmente para los programas Atelier de Création Radiophonique y Tapage Nocturne de France Musique. Exhibió en numerosos centros de arte y manifestaciones de arte contemporáneo, tanto en Francia como en el extranjero, entre ellos CAPC, Musée d'Art Contemporain de Burdeos, Fonds Régional d'Art Contemporain, FRAC, de Aquitania, Festival City Sonic, Mons, Bélgica, Le French May, Hong Kong, Electronic, Han y Electron Festival, Ginebra. La ciudad, el paisaje y la vida cotidiana son para él terrenos de experimentación y fuente de inspiración. Integrará la exposición Más allá del sonido, que se presentará a partir del 30 de septiembre en Montref, Centro de Arte Contemporáneo. Steve Roden, artista y músico nacido en Los Ángeles, se licenció en la Parsons School of Design y obtuvo una maestría en Bellas Artes en el Art Center College of Design, en California. Su obra incluye pintura, dibujo, escultura, escritura, sonido, cine, video y performance. Exhibió en Houston, Pasadena, Nueva York, entre otros lugares. Realizó residencias de artista en el Walter Benjamin Archive, Berlín, en la Cincinnati Foundation en Marfa, Texas, y en la Civitella Ranieri Foundation de Umbertide, Italia. Entre 1978 y 1982, fue el cantante de la banda punk Seditionaries. Desde 1993, lanzó más de 40 grabaciones como solista en diversos sellos discográficos independientes. En 2008, dirigió una versión de 18 Happenings in 6 Parts de Alan Caprow, en conjunción con el Museum of Contemporary Art de Los Ángeles. Este año, el sello Sonoris editó una caja de 6 discos con sus 6 primeras grabaciones. Integrará la exposición Más allá del sonido, que se presentará a partir del 30 de septiembre en Montref, Centro de Arte Contemporáneo. Claudia Casarino estudió en el ISA de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción y cursó estudios en las ciudades de Nueva York y Londres. Su obra se construye en torno a temas de identidad, género y migración. Utiliza muchas veces su propio cuerpo como espacio de representación y recurre al lenguaje del vestido de manera constante. Expuso en las bienales del Mercosur, La Habana, Tijuana, Busan, Cuenca, Curitiba, Argelia y Venecia, y en las trienales de Santiago y Puerto Rico. Su trabajo forma parte de las colecciones del Museo del Barro, la Fundación Migliorisi de Asunción, el Victoria and Albert Museum de Londres y la Casa de las Américas de La Habana.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bueno, aquí
Good
somos un
afternoon.
trío que componemos
We are a
lo que esta
trio
bienal también representa. Estamos el
of
norte, el sur, el
what
este, el
this biennial
oeste.
represents. It's the north, the
Una mesa
south, and the
trilingüe.
east. This is a
Y vamos a
trilingual
empezar con Eddie,
panel.
que nos
We
va a
will
hablar de
start
su
with
proyecto.
Edith, who's going to talk
Vamos a
about
empezar. Are you
his
starting
project.
this? I thought it was him.
Do you have a... Yes.
You want to do the...
I do whatever. Yeah.
Come on, you're superstars.
You want to?
Who's
All right,
gonna...
All right. You prefer?
Let's get the awkward one first. Okay, I need to see my images. There they go. Wow, it's pretty loud. For the past 3 or 4 years, I've been giving talks about my work for years, and over the last few years, I've been talking about my work without showing images of my work, and trying to kind of work through this idea between different tendencies and histories
and points of view, because most of the work that I have that will be in the show here is sound-based, although there is no work that's actually making sound. But I wanted to talk about my history and my relationship to music and sound. So this is a picture of Howard Cosell. Howard Cosell was an announcer for boxing matches. He was very famous. He was totally crazy. And when I was a very, very young child, I went into an arcade and I recorded myself trying to be a play-by-play boxing match between Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier. And that was the first recording I ever made. Oh, so I need the next one. Yeah. So the first record that I ever purchased as a child was again, I liked sports when I was little. It was a recording of Sandy Koufax, who was a pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers. What was interesting, especially as a child, Sandy Koufax decided not to pitch in the playoffs because he didn't want to pitch during the Sabbath, and he was Jewish, and he got so much crap for doing that that I, even as a child, thought it was kind of great to like do something because you want to do it and take the consequences, deal with it. All right, these are my notes. Wait, I need to know the next image. Let's go to the next image. It'll get better. We're stuck in time. There we go. So in 1976, as a 14-year-old, I wandered into a club. I don't understand why they let me enter that club as young as I was. At the time, I had hair down to my elbows, and I was listening to a lot of rock music, and I walked into a club, and I was confronted by this band called the Screamers. And the Screamers was, they were not just a punk band, they were a group of artists. They were making music that was creative. They were making music because it felt important, and there was no sense of like becoming professionals or to become wealthy and famous. And I learned so much from some of these people because I was so young and just kind of forming. And like when I got to grad school, I could take all those lessons I learned from the punk scene and applied them to how I felt about my teachers in grad school. So the next one, it's the Sex Pistols. Obviously, after high school, some of my friends and I somehow found enough money to fly to Europe to sort of go to the home of punk rock, and it was just mayhem. But I think there are like periods in my work. Early on, obviously, all of this work was super loud. It was like crazy loud. And when I was sort of around 18, 19, I had like a huge sort of crisis as a teenager, and I started to discover other musics, which we could click again. That's me as a teenager. So the next one, I didn't have a shirt for that image. Okay, so because I didn't have a picture of a shirt for this, this is one of the flyers from one of our shows. I think it just also out of that time was this idea of DIY. Like we were doing things ourselves. We were using super cheap materials. These are Xeroxes. We were trying to do anything we could that was against the kind of establishment, and trying to find a set of ideals for ourselves, most of which still resonate within my practice. I think that I would be like a very, very, very different person without having gone through that series of experiences, and also coming out of the punk scene and into undergrad school and grad school. It gave me a lot of things to fight about in a big way. Okay, the next one. Okay, this Cabaret Voltaire was an early punk band that used a lot of electronics. And because I don't know how to play an instrument properly, electronics were really kind of fascinating, just turning knobs and like improvising with things without having any sense of what the thing would be when it's done. In my painting practice, there's no sense of knowing what the thing's going to be from the beginning, but how it transforms on its own through my conversation with the work. And that burns through just about everything. The next one. We skip that one. I think I have it in my suitcase with me. This is an image of a t-shirt of Jack Kirby. I don't know if anybody read comic books when they were young. Jack Kirby was an amazing, amazing artist. In America, he was just a comic book writer and artist, but he had some of the most creative ideas visually that I've ever seen. And great. Okay. I'm gonna keep this short. Bing. No, I just needed to switch. So this is obviously, it's an image from Jean Dubuffet. I don't know if a lot of you know that Dubuffet also made recordings. He also put out several LPs. Obviously, they're incredibly rare. But he wrote on the backsides of these records all about the benefits of being an amateur. And I think, again, the idea of the amateur allows you to follow something that doesn't have the same kind of finish that everyone else is looking for. And for myself, I think it's like the process I go through to make something is generally more important than the things that I make. I like the things that I make. I think they can have power. But I think the whole notion of having a practice for me is not just the things that I make, but the ways that I go through to make things. So that things can be different, like reading the alphabet in a different way than you would always read the alphabet. You cut it up, put it back together. What happens when it's changed? The material's the same. And I think those are all kind of tendencies in the work.
de composition et c'est compliqué en fait de vous montrer une série d'images où on va voir un micro ou des gens qui écoutent ou des haut-parleurs.
That
Et du coup,
we are
j'ai
going to
décidé en
watch a
fait
video of people
de
listening.
présenter mon travail
So
différemment.
after all these thoughts, I decided to present my work in a different way. With sound, you are going to have the listening and sound experience here, because I think that is what matters here. So let's turn off the lights, and you have 10 minutes for you to close your eyes and to listen to the sounds. I think that is the best way to present my work. Okay, is it possible to turn off all the lights?
Do we have sound? It's okay. C'est bon? Ok. Est-ce que le micro est ouvert? Ouais. Je vais laisser quand même la musique. Non, il est en coupé. Donc voilà, l'idée c'était de vous montrer un mix de...
So the plan here was to show you a combination of different sound pieces that are played within a certain framework. They deal with different topics, but they also speak to the intimacy and the relationship between sound and listening. We work systematically with several microphones, and we want to disperse this through sound and to transform it into something that can be put on paper and as part of a composing work. So this is a true and simple, pure listening experience. But at the same time, this is on the rim and in the borderline between reality and fiction, because you really don't know what is happening. You don't know if this has been put in writing, whether this has to do with a film. So what else can I tell you? Not much. I want to invite you to listen to the piece that I'm going to write for UNTREF that will be launched next week, and you will be able to listen to it through headphones. Thank you both. Let me make two brief comments. By looking into your career and your work, I can say that Steve's work, the current work, is quite different from its origin as a punk rocker. I was able to go through YouTube to see his work, and for Eddie, I had to go through PayPal. But I was able to have a look at the work of both artists, and I was fascinated. I was surprised when I read about your work and when you mentioned the importance of architecture in the perception of your work, how surfaces receive or expel sounds. And while we were here in this space and we were listening to the sounds, I was thinking about that comment that you made. I don't know if there are any questions from the floor.
C'est assez bizarre en fait parce que toutes mes pièces sont absolument pas payantes.
It is a bit strange because all my works are free of charge. It's strange that you have to pay via PayPal, because actually in Europe we decided that all audio artworks have to be free of charge. And in fact, I pushed for that to make it sure that they are available to everyone. I don't know who kept the money. It wasn't me. Okay, I think that we are running late, so we need to close this panel, but thank you both.
Contemporáneas 1. Raquel Schwartz, Bolivia, artista y directora de kiosco. Benjamín Cerosi, Brasil, curador. Pablo Caligaris, Argentina, curador y codirector de La Ira de Dios. Coordinación. Fernando Farina, Argentina, curador y gestor cultural. Asesor Bienal Sur. Raquel Schwartz, artista visual, curadora y gestora cultural boliviana. Estudió diseño gráfico en Whistle School of Design Haifa, Israel, y realizó estudios de cerámica y escultura en Santa Barbara City College, California, Estados Unidos. Participó en más de 100 exposiciones en Bolivia, Perú, Chile, Brasil, Argentina, Colombia, Venezuela, México, Estados Unidos, Cuba, Trinidad y Tobago, Italia, Suiza, Corea del Sur, Rusia, Reino Unido, entre otros. Desde 2006, se desempeña como directora de Kiosco Galería, espacio de arte contemporáneo independiente en Santa Cruz, Bolivia, que promueve el intercambio de experiencias de artistas internacionales con artistas bolivianos a través de residencias, exposiciones, talleres y conferencias. Es miembro del Comité Asesor de CIFO, Fundación Cisneros Fontanals, desde 2011. Benjamín Serauzi. Benjamin Serauzi, curador, editor y gestor cultural nacido en Francia, que vive en San Pablo, Brasil. Obtuvo una maestría en Sociología en la Escuela de Estudios Superiores en Ciencias Sociales y una en Gestión Cultural en el Instituto de Estudios Políticos de París. Fue vicedirector del Centro de Cultura Judaica de San Pablo y curador asociado de la Bienal de San Pablo. Actualmente dirige Casa del Pueblo, un espacio de cultura contemporánea dedicado a la memoria de los caídos en los campos de concentración nazis. También es curador del Centro Cultural, ubicado en la Villa Itororó, una edificación que está siendo restaurada por su valor histórico, arquitectónico y cultural para la ciudad de San Pablo. Pablo Caligaris, gestor cultural, curador, artista y docente argentino. Cursó estudios de diseño gráfico, continuó su formación en talleres, seminarios y clínicas de obra. Codirige desde 2010 el proyecto La Ira de Dios, un espacio de arte contemporáneo en el que se realizan exposiciones, residencias artísticas y programas educativos. Como artista, participó en salones, premios y ferias, entre ellos la colección permanente del Mamba Fotografía, el Premio a las Artes Visuales Federico J. Clem, el Premio Fundación Banco Ciudad a las Artes Visuales, Arteva y Buenos Aires Foto. Como curador, realizó muestras en Proa Espacio Contemporáneo, en Mercado de Arte Córdoba, y coordina la programación del programa de exposiciones En la Ira de Dios, donde participaron artistas como Nuna Mangiante, Ariel Autier, Rosana Simonazzi, entre otros. Fernando Farina, curador y gestor cultural argentino, asesor del Museo Nacional de Bellas Artes. Entre 1999 y 2007, fue director del Museo de Bellas Artes Juan B. Castañino de Rosario y del Museo de Arte Contemporáneo de Rosario, Macro. Fue curador del Espacio de Arte Contemporáneo de la Fundación YPF, de la Bienal del Fin del Mundo y del envío argentino a la edición 2013 de la Bienal de Venecia.
¿Vamos? Bueno, iniciemos esta mesa con
Let's begin this panel with
personas que tienen
three people
una vasta
who have
trayectoria,
a very long
no
track
solamente
record,
en proyectos,
not only
se podría decir institucionales, en
in
realidad son proyectos
institutional
alternativos, pero
projects,
ya bastante
actually
institucionales
alternate or
todos.
alternative
Nos parece
projects,
interesante
it's rather
sobre todo
institutional already.
abordar
We believe it
en
is
el marco de
interesting
esta
to
bienal
address in this panel,
digamos, darle un espacio
or rather to provide
a
some
gente que viene
space
trabajando
to people who have
desarrollando
been
proyectos que
working
no
and
necesariamente
building projects that
ocupan o
do
podrían
not
llegar a ocupar el
necessarily
espacio de una bienal,
occupy
más
the
allá
space
de
of a
que han
biennale.
participado
Even though
y
they
de alguna
have already
forma
been
han desarrollado
involved and
trabajos en
somehow
bienales,
have
pero nos parecía
performed their works
interesante
in
poder
biennales,
pensar
but we
estos
believe
otros
it
lugares,
is
estos
important to
espacios que se
think
van
of these
armando
other
con
spaces, these
con otros
spaces that are
objetivos y que
built
van
with
generando
other
redes de otro
goals
tipo.
and that create
Por
different kinds of
eso
networks.
vamos a pasar inmediatamente, que cada
So let's
uno
go
cuente su experiencia, por supuesto que también en el caso
into
particular
their experiences. Let's listen to their experiences. How do we call you? Benjamin or
Benjamín,
Benjamin?
lo vamos a decir a lo argentino, en el
We're
caso
going
de
to call him
Benjamín, él ha tenido
Benjamin,
una
the Argentine way.
participación, por supuesto, muy
Benjamin
activa
has had
también en la anterior Bienal de
a
San Pablo, que por
participation in the
supuesto también nos
previous
va a
Sao
servir
Paulo
como
Biennale that will
para hacer
also serve
referencias
as a
específicas, dado
reference
que es algo que se
because
vino
it is
hablando. Por eso lo
something
vamos a
that we've
dejar para el
discussed
final.
already, but we're going to leave this for the very
Empezamos
end.
con Pablo,
So
por
let's
favor.
begin with Paulo, please.
Bueno, tengo ahí un PDF.
I have a file, a PDF file. If you can show it, please.
Bueno, ahí pondrán unas imágenes. Bueno, como producía Fernando, estoy
As Fernando
coordinando este proyecto
was
que se llama La
saying,
Ira de
I'm
Dios.
coordinating
Era
this
presentarlo
project
un
called
poco
The
hoy
Wrath
para
of
que lo
God.
conocen.
My idea was
Y
to
pensando
introduce
cómo
it for those of
contar
you who don't know
lo que
about
estamos
it.
haciendo, me pareció lo más
And just
apropiado
to give you an idea,
empezar
I thought it
por
was
el final, que es
appropriate to start
una muestra
with the
que
end,
inauguramos ayer,
which is an exhibition
que
we
resume un poco todo lo
started
que estamos
yesterday
haciendo
that
en el
summarizes
proyecto, como
everything we're doing in
un
the
cruce de todo
project.
lo que está pasando
It is a
en La Ira.
mix of everything that's going on in this Wrath.
Andrés Piña es un artista de Mendoza,
Andres Piña is
tiene
a
24
Mendoza
años,
artist.
estuvo
He is
participando el año pasado en
24.
uno de
He
los
was
primeros programas
involved
de
last
residencia
year
que
in
hicimos.
one of our first residency
Bueno, nos
programs,
fascinó su
and we were
obra,
fascinated by
surgió a
his
partir de una
works.
convocatoria que
This
hicimos
started
nacional.
with a national call that we
Íbamos a
issued.
convocar a un solo
We were
artista
about
porque
to
no teníamos
call
presupuesto para
only
más
one
y
artist because we had
investigamos
no
y
budget for
convocamos a
more,
dos porque
and then we
hubo dos que nos
finally
enamoraron.
we fell in love with two of them, so
Producto de
we
esa
added two.
relación,
And as a
decidimos
result
hacer su
of
primer
that
muestra en
relation,
Buenos
we
Aires. Él tiene
decided
varias muestras
to
en Mendoza.
host the first exhibition in Buenos
Pero nunca
Aires. He
había
had
estado en una
already
muestra
had
individual acá.
several
Estuvo
exhibitions in
participando
Mendoza, but had never been
hace
in an
poco en
individual
el
show here.
Bicentenario también,
So
en
he was
la Casa del
recently
Bicentenario.
he recently exhibited at
Y
the
bueno, y
Bicentennial
hace
House
el
here
tipo de
in Buenos
obra
Aires, and
que nos interesa, que es
he deals with the kind of works that we are interested
arriesgada,
in.
tiene que ver
It's experimental works,
procesos de
risky works that are
experimentación
related to his
su corta carrera,
experimentation
pero
works in his
prolífica.
very short but very
Y bueno,
prolific career.
básicamente nosotros tenemos un espacio que es bastante industrial,
We
que
have
no
an
está
industrial facility
condicionado en la
that
caja blanca
is not
perfecta,
conditioned in the perfect white
limitaciones,
box.
pero también porque
We
nos
have
gusta
limitations,
que también siga
but
siendo así.
actually this is because we like it
Bueno, y él se
that way.
propuso hacer este espacio
And he set
que es una especie de
to create
ampliación de sus
this
experimentos
space,
que él hasta
which
ahora
is
hizo en tamaño reducido, con peceras o
broadening
en
his
pequeños
experiments.
habitáculos de vidrio,
He
y
started with
acá
small
aprovechó el espacio para
glass
explotarlo al máximo y
spaces,
hizo esta,
and
por
he
describirlo un
is
poco, esta
now
burbuja donde hay
in this sort of bubble, so to call
elementos que
it,
se van,
where there are elements.
hay una burbuja con calor y elementos que
There
crean
there
calor,
is a
y
bubble that has
bueno, está
heat
trabajando
inside
con
and
la
elements that
humanización de los
create heat,
objetos
and
y
he
la
is working
piel,
with humanizing
la
objects,
relación entre
the skin, the
la
relationship
piel, la
between
sudoración y los objetos, ¿no?
perspiration, skin, and
Estas son
objects.
algunas fotos recientes de
These
ayer,
are some
que
recent
ayer recién
pictures.
terminamos del montaje, hicimos
Yesterday
unas fotos,
we
inauguramos.
finished mounting
Es
the
un tipo de muestra que
exhibition.
nos interesa
It's
porque
an exhibition that
está
we
haciendo
like
cosas que son
because
difíciles de
he
hacer en
is
otros espacios.
doing things that are difficult to
Trabajar
do
con
in other
carne que se
spaces,
está
working with
pudriendo,
meat
el
that is
calor,
being
incluso estamos
rotten,
rompiendo todas
with
las
heat. We are even
reglas de
breaking
sanidad.
all the sanitation
No
rules, and
podríamos habilitar un
we
espacio que genere
wouldn't be
calor adentro de una
able
burbuja de
to
plástico, es peligroso.
create or to allow for a
Es un
space
tipo de
that
muestra
creates
compleja de
heat
hacer en otros
within a
espacios y
plastic bubble. It is
estamos buscando
complicated to
hacer
do
este
this
tipo de
in other
muestras todo
spaces,
el tiempo,
and we
¿no?
are actually looking to
La
have
muestra
these
también
kind
tiene
of
una
shows all the
performance
time.
bueno,
There is
se
also a
activa 2 o
performance
3 veces,
that happens 2 or 3 times.
Donde hay un cuerpo que
There
suda
is a body that
es un experimento que
perspirates,
hasta es interesante
and
que falle, ¿no?
it's an
El
experiment
calor
that
que genera
where it would be
va a ir
interesting to see it
derramando
fail,
líquido en
and
el hacha y la va a ir
actually
oxidando.
the body will perspirate a certain liquid, and it will oxidate the space. He is there he is at the end of the mounting.
Bueno, es un poco el resumen de lo que estamos haciendo en La Ira, porque él viene de la residencia.
This is what we are doing in the Wrath. He has been part of the residency, and he now is in an exhibition. So we're looking for this mix of the experience with the residency and what is going on at the different exhibitions. So we have 3 or 4 exhibitions a year, plus 3 residency exhibitions. So that's the dynamics we are having right now in our project. In May 2015, he was involved with this group of artists from Latin America, Argentina, and an international call from which these artists emerged. And this is his project for the residencies. This is for you to understand what happened in the residency and what happened later on during the exhibition. As you can see, the liquid creates a transformation of the object. It's gone now. It's also interesting that during his residency, he worked together with an artist from Vienna who was in Buenos Aires for 3 months and was at the residency for 1 month, and they continued to work together. And we are now attempting to have an exhibition for both of them in Vienna through an exchange that is similar to the RAF, but it's actually happening in Vienna, but funded by the municipality and some free spaces, etc. Even though it is an anecdote that this person was visiting, you can have any kind of artist that may be joining a Mendoza artist who is coming for the first time to have an experience in Buenos Aires. So these things actually happen only in these kind of places. There's a 1-minute video. Is this allowed by the committee?
Es un minuto nada más.
It's only 1 minute.
Somos dos de Argentina, uno de Mendoza, yo de Córdoba.
I'm from Córdoba.
Una de Lisboa.
I have an exhibition in Austria, another one in Lisbon, London, New York, and Italy. We have 1 month to work. It's not a lot of time. And we need to work differently and try and find possibility. This is very important for a new artist to have it's important to have an experience in another place.
Have had like an extended career, but also be around people that are just kind of developing what they're doing and still finding their feet as artists as well.
Basically, there's a lot to say, and we're trying to create a dialogue between the people working here. I'm working here and connected to the history of my family. This is not something I usually do in Austria.
Everyone still has, you can still find links between people's works. And I think that happens just because if you get a big amount of people making work in one space, you kind of unconsciously end up bouncing off of each other.
We talk a lot about sensory perceptions, the behavior of people. I love working with you because it's really different. It's more circular. It's easier to talk to another artist. It is smaller, but it's more symbolic.
Completely new kind of urban landscape is useful for me because I make work that's very oriented around experiencing a place and creating a sense of place. But I work with digital platforms.
El intercambio con los artistas que son de todos
Exchange
lados,
with
con
the
argentinos,
artists.
muy interesante
They are
porque
from
tienen
lots of
otro,
places. The
una otra
Argentines
vista.
have a
Pero,
completely
los
different
humanos más
perspective.
sí, vuelvo. Pero Buenos Aires te hace un poco
And
adulta.
Buenos Aires
Entonces, quizás vuelvo.
makes you more of an adult.
Challenge.
So it's more of a challenge.
Pero, es bien, porque
It's good for you to learn to work with different
It's
materials.
also going to be really interesting to see how all these different practices, different cultural backgrounds come together in one show. And also using a space like this where there's like different platforms and there's like smaller spaces to work with and trying to create some sort of like narrative in that space as well.
Tanta interconexión con los artistas ha cambiado.
So much interconnection with the artists have changed our work.
Bueno, era que escucharan un poco.
My idea was for you to listen
trabajando.
to these people working.
Ese fue un grupo que
This is
donde
a
estuvo
group
Piña en
where
marzo del
Piña
año pasado.
was there last
Y
May,
la muestra anterior a la que
and
inauguramos
the
ayer
previous exhibition that we opened yesterday also reflects the spirit of the place. We invited two artists. One of them is Julian Leon Camargo. He has been studying in the RAF, and Germán also was involved in the residency this year. And they proposed to build a platform that was the extension of the access ramp, and this is an area for conversation to discuss the relationship between religion and art, and the spaces in art and spaces, sacred spaces in religion. So artists were invited to talk about religious texts chosen by them. There are several of them, very well-known artists, and this happened in different sessions, and we also invited religious people to give descriptions of works of art and to create a dialogue with that. They will continue working with the documentation. Let me tell you very briefly about this project. It is very young. I am honored to be working with them. They have been having projects for a long time now. We started in 2010, but we've been having residencies for the past 2 years. We have 3 residencies a year. Each lasts 1 month. And we're also receiving artists out of program. We use one of the 7 studios we have in the building. The exhibition space has 150 meters, square meters, and then there's another area with 7 rooms. Here are our exhibitions for you to have an idea of our continuity. This is sometimes difficult to maintain because of budgetary issues and relations, connections with the project. And in the past few years, we started to include what's happening in the exhibition space with the residencies. So when there are residencies, there are no exhibitions that month. So artists are invited to work at the common space together with other spaces. And then that month will end with studying or with whatever the group decides to do during that event. So we mix these 3 or 4 exhibitions we have with whatever is happening at the residency program. What you see in the video is that we try to have artists from Argentina, from Buenos Aires, people who live in the city and also in the rest of the country, together with foreigners, foreign artists. So what we try is to generate some bonds, and we started with sort of flirting with fairs and being a gallery, and then at some point we decided that was not the right path to take, and we had a need to open up to the outside so that we would finally break the endogamic circle of local art and become a tool to create bonds.
Cada programa invitamos a un curador
In each
invitado
program, we invite a curator,
que
a guest curator,
funciona como un poco como el eje organizativo del
who is
proyecto.
like
Sí, hace
the
un seguimiento,
organizational
hay
focal
una reunión
point.
semanal con
There
todo el
is
grupo,
a weekly meeting with the
hay
whole
instancias
group.
donde el curador
There
propone
are
un tema de la
instances where the
residencia,
curator proposes a
también
topic to the
va
resident.
siguiendo los proyectos y propone actividades.
They follow
Y
up
es
the
una
projects
figura
and propose
clave, porque
activities, and
también
that
es el que en
curator
cada
is a
instancia
key
se
person
conecta y
because in each
nos pone un
instance
poco de
it's
ese
a
lugar
person
también de ser
that connects us
como
and
siempre
removes
estamos
us from
siguiendo,
this
conectando, ¿no?
place that we are
Y estamos
always
intentando
connecting
también
to.
que proponga un tema y que
When
la
we are
residencia
attempting
tenga un eje
also to have an
temático que
issue,
también
and we want the
es un
residency to
tema
have
abierto, pero
a
ordena un
thematic
poco qué artistas se
issue,
presentan, ¿no?
and to see which are the kind of
Tenemos
artists
ahora un
that we
programa,
can receive.
una convocatoria abierta que termina a fin
There
de
is now
mes
an open
para que
call
participe un artista
that
de la
will end
ciudad.
by the end of this
Esto
month
surge a partir
to have
de
an
que, bueno, finalmente
artist from
conseguimos
this
fondos de
city.
mecenazgo, así
We
que
finally
se
got
van a utilizar para
sponsorship
ir
funds,
haciendo cada
and
vez
they
más
will be
becas.
used to
Así que
provide
eso
more
sigue abierto
scholarships.
hasta fin de
So this is
mes.
still open until the end of the month.
Y bueno, estas son simplemente algunas imágenes de esto que
These are
vieron
some
de
images
cómo funciona
showing
el trabajo ahí. No sé
how
si
the work
cerramos.
is done right there. I think we need to
Hola,
wrap
hola.
up here.
Cerramos así, avanzamos y después podemos hacer una pregunta porque
Okay,
además
yes, and
yo
so
lo
that
que
we
le
can
decía
move
que me
forward,
parecía
and then we can
interesante,
have a
justamente
few
Pablo estuvo
questions.
ahora coordinando
Pablo
en el
was
encuentro que se hizo en Córdoba este año,
coordinating
todo
the
una,
meeting that was held in Córdoba
bueno,
this
un
year.
encuentro de
That
residencias de
was
América
a
del Sur,
meeting
¿no?
of residency programs from
Residencias
South America,
de
residency programs
y varios
from
países.
Argentina, and some invited guests
Por eso,
from
digamos,
some
me parecía
neighboring
como
countries.
interesante de
So I
cómo se
thought
van dando
it
otro
was
tipo de
interesting to
redes y que
show
empiezan a
how you
funcionar en
can
forma paralela y seguramente
set up some
teniendo una
other
producción
networks
artística
and
que
work in
no pasa
parallel
por
with
determinados
coming up with
lugares o
artistic
pasa por otros
production
lugares
that
simplemente,
has
¿no?
to do
Bueno,
with
seguimos
different
con
locations,
Raquel.
different places. Okay, let's move. Let's give the floor now to Raquel.
Hola. Bueno, buenas noches.
Good evening.
Gracias a todos por venir.
I want to thank you all for being here.
Agradecer a Diana.
I would like to thank Diana
Aníbal,
and Aníbal for the invitation, and I want to thank all the team working in this biennial. I'm really happy to be here with you. Let me tell you the history of who we are, what we have been doing. We are quite connected, but perhaps you don't know us. Kiosco was born in 2006. Based on the need to have an independent art space that was non-existent in Santa Cruz in Bolivia for contemporary art. Three artists got together. We decided to open this space. We call it Kiosco. And then a graphic design studio that was called Simple Studios, that is no longer in business, created this space, and we became self-managed, self-sustainable. We have celebrated our 10th anniversary. We have changed venues many times. We have moved to different spaces, but now, thanks to the support, the independent support from my husband and my own support, now we have a space that was specially designed and built to have this gallery that serves as a residency for artists. So these are a few images of this gallery. This used to be the garage of the house. That is why we call it Kiosco. And many artists from Bolivia and from other countries have displayed their works here. This is Claudia del Rio's exhibition in 2007. I'm not going to explain each photograph, but this is just to give you an idea of the kind of activities that we do. This was our second house in the center of the city. We hosted many meetings and conversations and artists here, and we had our residency program in this same house. In the previous one, we had it just next door. These are some pictures of the activities and exhibitions that we organized. This is our own house. This is our own facility, the real kiosco, and I hope that we can keep it longer. We have 2 rooms for artists. We have a studio, offices, the gallery, library, and we rent this space outdoors for other young people that can come up with other activities, so that we are not only always the promoters of all activities. So here you have an idea of the architectural design of the space, some exhibitions that have been hosted here. We are working a lot on the educational part. We are bringing students to our house, not just arts students, but also school students, because in Bolivia, in education, we don't have any subjects related to art history. So we need to disseminate art among young people so that they can get connected to art. So in the Kiosco had also residency programs. We have had more than 80 artists since 2007. We have just have a formal inauguration or an opening in 2 spaces of the retrospective exhibition of the residency programs. This was the first residence that we had for resident artists. Melina Berkenwald was there. She also has a project here, and many others. Some pictures of the talks, the meetings we had there. We have open public meetings and invitations in our residences. So we invite Bolivian and foreign artists to spend 2 months there to exchange ideas, projects, and knowledge, and to experiment together. The project has been very significant for Bolivian artists themselves, who oftentimes have never left the country. So this has enabled them to get to know other people and other situations. The Kiosco residences have encouraged artists to interact and to network with others. So that was our main goal. We wanted to connect ourselves to the world of art because there was a big disconnection. We have had different experiences. Depending on the artist, the connection is different, and there are different activities carried out, public, urban, social activities. And many people come to see these artworks. People that perhaps would not come to the gallery by themselves, but because they know the artist, they come and see us. This is a Bolivian artist who worked with schoolgirls on dealing with the topic of trafficking in people, and mainly trafficking in girls. And this is another artist that has a public exhibition, and this is another artist that worked with this mariachis performance. In 2013, we moved to another place, and we decided to create a space that is called Nube Gallery. That is the art gallery owned by Kiosco. It works as an art gallery, and it has a specific program of activities that is independent from the schedule of activities that we have in Kiosco. Kiosco is like the mother with all the mother entity with all the different activities, and Nube is just another child. So this is a phrase from a quote from Jorge Luis Borges, and that is why we named this art gallery Nube, based on Jorge Luis Borges's quote. So most of the artists that participate in our residency programs can exhibit their works here, and we can be gallery owners, we can be artists, we can be managers. So we play different roles. This is our website. This is a picture from the construction work. I wanted to show it to you because this is a legacy house that we had to restore. We had to start from scratch. It was a very old building, and this is what it looks like now. Just some more pictures of the exhibitions organized there in collaboration with other international galleries. We display the work of Bolivian artists that are already well-known artists, well-established artists, and who already have a more professional career. This is rendezvous of the different exhibitions. We are lucky to have a lot of visitors from the city, from Santa Cruz, who support us in all the exhibitions that we organize, so we are really happy. This speaks to our participation in international exhibitions and fairs in different countries. This is the most interesting part, perhaps. We call this part other practices carried out by us. We organize public events. We also support other cultural centers in the city. We have an educational program consisting of talks, meetings, workshops, and we also have a library and an international and contemporary art archive that is used by young artists and students. We are setting up an aesthetic research center that will be operational in the future, and we are also planning a mobile gallery project. Now I'm going to show you a few pictures about that. So, as we are an independent alternative center, a lot of people come to us from the world of music, dancing, and theater, performing arts. So sometimes we include that kind of artworks in our space. This is a project that was called Make a Forest. This was a large project. This was carried out simultaneously in different countries when we celebrated the Year of Forests. These are some visitors from the Netherlands and other artists. So in this square called Manzana One, we showed video art. We also had sustainable food fair. We had music. We had performance. We have photography. We also participated in the Mercosur Biennial. We thought that that was a great platform for exchange. We delivered talks like this one. We had our first Bolivian contemporary art exhibition in Miami, and it was a success. It was called Miami Cito, and many Bolivian artists were able to go into a more international market. The French Alliance and the Goethe Institute have also worked with us in this residency program. These are some more pictures of performance activities. This is the last picture of the retrospective exhibition in that square where we had the Kiosco retrospective, and this exhibition has recently finished. This is our library, and our future archive. And this space is being used for the launching and presentation of books and some other activities. So we present books, we also bring students for talks. This space, this yard is also used for some other type of activities. So we have a lot of pictures here. We also have an agreement with the State University, Gabriel René Moreno, with the School of Arts in particular. So we organize workshops and meetings and talks with our resident artists. So many of the artists in our residency programs deliver workshops, and the students learn a lot from those activities, and they represent our future, because we need to create more contemporary artists in Bolivia. And the university program is still quite young, so we need to have more integration and to show more contemporary art to students in college. The space is also used as a studio. Here we have some activities portrayed here, the visitors who come and see us. These are some pictures of the other performing arts and dancing activities. We also organize an art and design fair. We have been pioneers in promoting the local market with art and design products. We have been really successful. This is growing year after year. The only problem is that the space is not growing, but, well, this arouses a lot of interest. This is our coffee shop, and we have built a roof to protect us from the rain. And let me just devote 1 minute to talk about Abu Buya. That was a workshop project. The title is Abu Buya, and it is Kilometer Zero. Kilometro Zero is comprises all the projects that I developed since 2001, and it's a workshop where several artists spent a few weeks together on this ship on the Mamoré River that also ends in the Amazonian River. Get together and we sail to a community. These are the artists that participated in that project, and we work with the Rosario community, that is a community that cannot be reached by land. You can only reach them by water. So in this project, we were focusing on the landscape, the territory, and water. And we wanted to work with communities for social transformation. This was a very interesting activity. 12 families live in that community. Every year, the families disappear because this is an area that is often flooded. The river, the water level rises, and everything gets flooded, and they have to leave because they lose everything. You can see the marks here on the wall. So these some activities with artists working with the community members. This was a very enriching activity. This is the basketball and soccer ground that has been flooded, and it has been covered with mud and earth because of the floods. Nobody told us that there was a concrete floor beneath that. So the artist learned about that and worked with the community to unveil the floor. Perhaps Bubu from Puerto Rico was the chosen person to discover grounds. So the transformation was incredible. People were really happy. They couldn't believe that that was possible. So this is an indigenous community. This is, well, on the ship where we had some talks. We had Pablo León de la Barra, curator, who also visited us and accompanied us throughout the process. We also had the first contemporary art exhibition in this place, Veni, the House of Culture, and this was the first contemporary art exhibition held there. This created high expectations also among the public, the visitors. So we had that exhibition for 3 weeks, and I was told that we had a record number of visitors. And then we took this exhibition to the Plurinational Cultural Center. The project is called Abubuya, that means flowing with the current. And Chope Abubuya means large or great in the language spoken by that community. These are some pictures of the exhibition.
2014.
That was in 2014. This is what we are planning for the future. We want to have a moving art gallery. We want to set up this van that can go neighborhood after neighborhood. Thank you.
Bueno, seguimos.
Let's go on then.
Vamos con Benjamin.
Let's go on with Benjamin or Benjamin.
Não sei se funciona aqui a imagem. Vamos ver.
I don't really know if this
Bom,
image is going to
obrigado.
work. Okay.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Último dos
I'm
moicanos.
going to be the last
15
of the
minutos
Mohicans.
estão aqui.
15
Muchas
minutes
gracias.
here. Thank you
Agora,
very much.
eu estou, por favor. Vocês. Está cortado, mediador.
Perdón, perdón.
You're not working as a mediator.
Te ocuparon 10, así.
They took
Agora
10
estou com
minutes
uma
of you.
dúvida cruel. Eu
Now I
falo
have a
inglês
terrible
ou em
doubt.
português?
Should I speak English
Falo
or Portuguese?
Não, porque eu... Mas devagar, né? Tá? Tipo 25 minutos, ok. Não, porque eu sou francês, né? Mas eu moro no Brasil, e daí eu falo português com um leve sotaque. Eu não quero falar portunhol, porque seria uma língua depois da outra, seria muito difícil, tá? Vocês vão entender? Maravilha. Bom, não vou dançar, mas vou tentar
The speaker
animar
has
vocês
chosen
para
to
esse
speak in
último momento.
Portuguese.
Vocês sabem que no
There
Brasil
is
eles têm
no
uma situação
Portuguese
política
translation
pouco
here
tensa no momento,
in
então
this
está
room,
bem
so
animado.
we will sign off.
Geralmente, no mundo da arte, qualquer fala começa dizendo, primeiramente, fora Temer, que é o nosso atual presidente. E, em segundo lugar, podemos começar a falar também de outras coisas. Ok, então, eu vou colocar, para começar, eu vou falar menos do que isso, não se preocupe. Ok, graças pelo convite. Diana, Aníbal, fiquei muito feliz de poder estar aqui com vocês. E quando eu recebi o convite, eu pensei nessas questões de formações contemporâneas, né? Formações e deformações, né?
Formations and deformations in the contemporary world where we are today.
Fala da ativação,
And Diana told me, talk about activation, difficult places, how you work in a network with architects, with artists, and how that idea of how to connect art and society, if they are split, divided, how there are other possible ways for arts and culture today. All that from the south. From the south, as we are in Brazil. We have a shared context, something in common in this south. We share some struggles, some limitations, some heritages from the colonial times, some neo-colonial trends, political systems with several difficulties to exist at the democratic level. We also share weaknesses in our institutions, our cultural institutions. They don't have the strength, and that's why we constantly have to reinvent our path for the best or the worst to do what already exists, or whatever we need to invent new things. That is unsettling, things that we share. Which are our intrigues? What does art do? How does art act? What for? With which resources? How is it financed? What are the curatorial criteria? These are inseparable. We have to think together in which way, on the shape and the content. And that also is the specificity of the South. Here, everything is under construction at the same time as it is being restructured. We always have to redefine the terms of the equation. If we go from one cultural center, what is a center? What is culture? Why does the culture need a center? Who is the public of that center? If we constantly have to redefine the terms of the equation and redefine what culture is and place culture always in the center of the world, we are building spaces constantly to produce culture, art, knowledge, connections, relationships, and everything that creates a tension with the contemporary situations that we experience. To talk about this brief time that I have after this brief introduction of 3 minutes, I will talk about 2 examples in which I am involved currently. The first one is called Casa do Povo, House of the People. It's a space, a cultural center for the community. They're located in the neighborhood of Bom Retiro in Sao Paulo, close to the Pinacoteca Museum, and they have this community center. The second project that I will talk about, it's called Vila Itororó. Itororó in the native language means noisy water, I'm sorry, like Iguazu, big water. So a private project, Vila Itororó, but public without any lucrative goals. It's a non-profit, but the public killed the collective. So it's interesting to, from what I tried to place in the beginning of my talk, to think together about these transformations, these formations and deformations of the contemporary world. First project, Casa do Povo. It began like this in an ancient space created in 1946. Here's the ground stone, created by a group of progressive Jews. There are a lot of them also in Buenos Aires. It's a group of communist, anarchist, or social democrats Jews that got together as an anti-fascist front to create a space that could maintain what was being destructed in Eastern Europe. And here, what is fundamental is that everybody's getting together. 6 million is written here. Remember those who died to build the future. What is interesting about this place is that it was not conceived to be a memorial site where you touch memory, you store memory. It was thought, conceived to be, on the contrary, a monument, a living monument, an empty space that could turn into anyone. It was built in that space in 1953, and you can see the space now. It's a huge open plant, modern architecture, typical modern architecture of the 50s, that could turn into anything. And the people that was under there is now on the first floor, but with the time that cultural space, philosophically leftist and politically leftist, that gathered the vanguards behind Augusto Guardo, Gianfrancesco Guarnieri, Renato Goldi, Cé Celso, all the avant-gardes in Brazil that had a constructive school that resisted the dictatorship, hiding daughters and children of political prosecuted people. This place was full, and this was the place in 2011, empty. the people of the house did not exist anymore. And why did I bring this example here? Because we have to think together what a space can do through time, how that space that was created by a community that was disintegrated can be useful today, now. For whom? What is its mission? What would its mission be? How to update this project? Since in our time, in the South, it's always a discontinuous, non-linear time, and at times circular. It repeats itself, but it breaks the constructions. And how can we get that place that survived there and turn it into a relevant place for the people that live here? How can we give continuity in this discontinuity in time? Who would be that new people for this house? It has a lot to do with the questions that I placed in the beginning of my talk that I wanted, and this is an example that I wanted to bring today, because the first thing I believe was to tell the story of the place. And therefore, we created a seminar to tell the story of the place and then use and abuse that story. And it's important to use that if you look at the past, we're always looking at it from the present. Think about this place as if you're seeing or you're finding a hammer on a table, a tool, and you have to understand how to use it. Basically, because the people that created it do not longer exist. So you have to take that hammer and deduce the plan, the use, what it is going to do, what it can do, and how you're going to use it. And that's why we tell the story. And after, this is the only example that I'm going to give about this project, and I'm going to talk about the other project. Still going to manage to do that. This is called Our Voice, Nossa Voice. It was a newspaper in Portuguese and Yiddish. That newspaper was a leftist newspaper, closed down by the military dictatorship in '64, right after the coup. It doesn't exist anymore. 50 years afterwards, the paper was from that house. My idea was to relaunch this newspaper, how this could operate today. But what is it going to announce? What is it going to talk about? Who is going to read it? So we invited artists to create actions in the neighborhood. The actions turned into news, and those involved into news, and those involved are turned into possible readers of the newspaper. So the place deducts who is its people, its audience, an action that we undertook with a Bolivian artist who lives here. I thought it was cute to bring this to you today. Bernardo Zabalaga is his name. Bernardo entered the place and he said, this place has a low energy because you're not agreeing with the dead people. Everything is torn down. I have a solution. In Bolivia, in the first Friday of the month, we make a chalga, which is a ceremony to honor Pachamama, Mother Earth. We made a chalga, and we thought with the general management how to make this celebration, which new agreements with Mother Earth we wanted to sign. We brought a performer, an artist, who retransformed the Andean ritual to create a collective action with the Degenshine, one of the directors, Bernardo Zagalaga, the artist who is blowing up the house, and a percussion group that today is a Korean and Bolivian neighborhood. That's why we called a Bolivian artist, and that's why you have Korean artists painting at the party. So this is the creation of a new hybrid people, heterogeneous people for this house. But I think something interesting of art can come here. The last 7 minutes I have, I'm going to talk about another story. I'm trying to talk like a crazy person to fit everything into my 15 minutes. You are all very tired, so I have to give you all my energy. This is another project, a mansion called Itororó in the heart of the Bela Vista neighborhood in Sao Paulo. It's also a neighborhood in the downtown Sao Paulo. This is a place as it is today. I was asked by the city to think what to do about this and to turn this into public space. It was a residence, right? People lived here in this mansion, and the public office had the lousy idea to take the inhabitants and to create a cultural center, I mean, poor people was occupying the place and living here, and they kicked them out to create a cultural center. Why create a cultural center in a housing? Housing, living is not culture. People cannot live in the houses from the 20s because it turned a little bit cheeky and not bizarre and not so nice. So we have to think about what the place can be in the future, but I need to know what the place has to be now. The conception of time with the other project was different. I wanted to expand present for past and present into an artist experimentation place. And here I am trying to give thickness to the present. I am to give substance to the present. And I try to bring the future to the present and turn the past into present. It's a different time connection because the public in Brazil, I don't know how it's in Argentina or Bolivia, in Brazil, people or audiences degenerate, change. The mayor changes, money ends, everything changes. The connection between public money, private money, and the community and art is completely different. With time, with space, it's very different. So here I resolved myself to give thickness and substance to the present. That is a critical reaction to what architects do. Architects love to see that. If it works, I'm sorry, not this one. Okay, the image is not here. Okay. I broke my climate. I was building up. Okay, I had a plant made by some architects, but it's not showing up here. Okay, maybe it shouldn't be there, that's why. It was a design made by architects that show the project. The architects make projects. They project themselves to the future. They think that they control future. Go figure, they can say today how it's going to be like in 5-10 years' time. What I think is quite the contrary, is how this place, that it's torn apart, which is a site, a work site, a construction site, that creates the design. Is not the design, the project that creates the construction site. It's from the construction site, from the place of doing, from that construction where the very notion of culture, and I'm not talking about ready-made culture, I'm talking about culture being made. For those who come from anthropology, this is a reference to pragmatical anthropology or ethnology. It's a science being made. It's culture under construction. Here, there's no project. I'm not going to tell to the audience what it's going to be, when is it going to be ready, when is Buenos Aires going to be ready. Do not expect things to be ready to use them. So I thought this place, an annex to the building, to create a temporary experiment for a cultural center. What this place could be, being something already. So I turned this into this space with modules that are movable. This is already a work from a collective that is called Construct Lab, Temporary Architects. They act on architecture as they want, using the palettes. It's recyclable, it's flexible. We created that space, and this is the ground. We have to create a ground. So we created a ground. This is a ground. After we do what the decorators do, call artists to work on this. So we invited Carla Saganini, but who is living in Sweden and is kind of Brazilian. We asked her to make a project, how to tell the story without representing it. She went into the construction site and she saw the butterflies. So therefore, we wanted to make a butterfly nest or butterfly precinct to tell the story of the transformation of the Villa Itororó. The butterfly making this cyclical history present of clearing and evictions, where this problem where culture many times is used and turns useless for the gentrification of a neighborhood, for instance. And here there's an audio guide who tells you the story of a transformation. But we have a lot of things going on at the Villa Itororó. All these plant pots you can see. To expand the notion of culture, we called another artist who is called Gabriela Kunz. She gave a public lecture on psychoanalysis, also with Gabriel Absader, a great Brazilian psychoanalyst, to try to understand what this culture is, what this culture needs to have as a culture. Could you have people living here again? Why a cultural center can have coffee, restaurant, or not a housing, or open psychology lessons, how to live culture, how to inhabit culture. Why is an audience more open when it's open for a higher mid-class audience, and not when they are open to socially needed people who need social housing and there are no public infrastructure in the neighborhood? Who is the public? If we kick the inhabitants out, we killed the political life. And doing it from upside down, we're trying to reconstruct a movement which is coming from the down upwards. So some artistic movements which are kind of special. This is a psychoanalyst building his own sofa for analysis. So here in Buenos Aires, you are all very psychoanalyzed. I thought that would interest you, because besides psychoanalytical works, we have a lot of offices, a lot of workshops, all made public or common. Instead of a restaurant, we have a kitchen. Instead of having water reservoir, we are opening a public swimming pool as it had. Instead of having a design shop, to have something public where some people can come and use what it's there, to rethink this, to make this a place of the art, of the culture, and to dream of different cities possible from artistic praxis. And as we do this, we make workshops for circus, capoeira. Yes, this is Brazil, people. Tai Chi, also in Brazil. I don't know if you are following what I'm saying, but all this to create an audience, a public. And what is more interesting, these are not the workshops that we are organizing. We are organizing spontaneous use. We are not programming. The curator is mediating connections between people who use the place. The curator is only stepping back for people to use this, to be able to frequent this place. I'm going to finish up with this. This is very interesting. It's a Festa Junina. It's one of the celebrations, religious celebrations in Brazil that we do every year in June. And that party here was organized by the inhabitants, the people who lived at the Villa Tororó who were evicted. And we have a critical, tense, conflictive dialogue that is very different of other dialogues that tend to wipe up history. We are trying to make a more dirty, complex place, and they organized this party to show that they had culture. They had a cultural center not coming from above downwards. So we were taking the tradition of the Festa Junina. This is actually a political celebration. I'm going to wrap up with this, and I'm going to leave the questions to you. What is culture? What is public? What is common? Who is a public? Who is an audience? How to build a place of art that really transforms our environment today in a city in the Global South. Thank you very much.
Y ahora va a bailar.
Now he's going to dance.
No lo siento. No. ¿Vamos a comer? Nos vamos a comer dentro de 5 minutos, pero vamos a abrir un espacio de 10 minutos simplemente para hacer preguntas. Voy a empezar yo.
I'm going to ask the first question.
En realidad me interesa preguntarle a todos, pero bueno, voy a empezar por Benjamín, que es el último, y después veremos si llegamos a Pablo o no. Vos participaste de la Bienal, de la 31 Bienal de San Pablo, ¿no es cierto? Es decir, y acá estás planteando proyectos que aparentemente son como divergentes del planteo de una muestra por lo menos ortodoxa. Es decir, ¿cómo vivís vos la experiencia esta de participar de una curaduría de una exposición, y si sos crítico respecto de esa situación o no, o lo observás como que existen posibilidades como para seguir desarrollando muestras de estas características?
É uma pergunta muito complexa. A nossa Bienal tentou ser
I
heterodoxa.
try to be
Tento ser um pouco
heterodox.
diferente.
I
Porém,
try to be
bienais são que
slightly
nem
different.
flores bienais. Se
So,
você tem 50,
if you
100
have
artistas,
50 or
você aperta
60 or
botão e a
100
coisa vai
artists,
funcionar, né? Sozinha.
things are going to
Muito
work
difícil
well. It is
questionar uma
quite
Bienal de dentro,
difficult to
sempre.
manage
Mas o
a
que as bienais fazem?
biennale
Teoricamente, elas
from
produzem
inside.
conhecimento.
Usually,
Ou talvez
they are produced
mediação,
as a
que a gente
result of
queria era
knowledge
isso.
or
Mas, no fundo,
mediation.
elas produzem muitas
But
vezes obras.
the bottom line
E
is
talvez
that
produzindo
usually they
obras
produce
conseguem mudar
works,
pouco o
and
discurso
by
que está no
doing
ar,
that,
num certo
they
momento,
can
para pensar outras
instill a
maneiras de
certain
ver a arte.
discourse in
Talvez
order
é
to
isso que
open the
consegue uma
way
Bienal
to
fazer.
other
Mas o que eu gostei
approaches
muito
to
deste
art.
projeto aqui, por exemplo,
And
é que ele
this
tem uma
project
parte
here, for
aqui
instance,
discursiva muito importante. E que
we
as obras
have
são
a lot
produzidas
of
ao longo do
discourse,
projeto, por exemplo, dentro de
and
espaços diversos.
then
Ou
we
seja,
have
o
all
que
the
eu gostei
projects that
deste
take place
projeto é
in
que eu não
diverse
entendi
spaces.
muito bem ele. Esse eu acho bom, porque eu acho que ele vai se construindo o seu
This is
próprio
like a
lugar.
construction
A Bienal de
work.
São Paulo,
The
hoje,
Sao
depois de
Paulo
Veneza,
Biennale
é a Bienal mais antiga, né, que tem no mundo. Então, ela é
is one of the
tradicional.
oldest
E é
ones.
muito
It is a
difícil conseguir mexer ela por
traditional
dentro.
biennale,
Então, a gente
and
tentou algumas coisas, mas não deixa de ser uma exposição.
it
Mas
is
talvez o que mais
anyway
nos
an
ficou na nossa
exhibition.
Bienal foi o nosso programa
But
no tempo. Foram os saraus,
there
foram as
was a
ações
lot
feitas
of
com
exploration
vários
in
grupos
terms
que
of
normalmente
the
não entram na
program
Bienal,
over
de
time.
poesia, de
And there are
música,
many
de
activities
dança,
that do not
que
fit within
ativaram
the
a exposição, que
biennale, like
funcionam como um esqueleto
poetry,
vivo
dance, that
ao longo do
activated
tempo, né? Então isso
the
talvez foi o mais
backbone
interessante.
of
Mas
the
eu sou um tanto
biennale over
pessimista
time.
também
But I'm
com
also
grandes
quite
exposições.
a
Eu
bit
acho que afinal de contas
pessimistic
são
with
tão
large
grandes
exhibitions
que são
because
até
they are
lugares
so large
difíceis de
then
se ver arte.
it is very difficult to find art in those places, to see art in those places.
Perdón, si quieren desde ya
Of course, if the
alguien
audience
preguntar, si no,
wants,
sigo.
you can ask questions. Otherwise, I can keep on asking questions.
No, a mí me pareció interesante la manera en que se fueron sucediendo
The
las
way in
presentaciones y
which
que
the
tenía que ver con
presentations
esta
were
idea de
delivered was
formaciones
interesting to
contemporáneas,
me. I like this idea of contemporary formations, because formations has to do with an association with some differential characteristics brought together by a common objective, regardless of having a strong structure. Perhaps the most radical example of being alternative is that of Kiosco. And the question is there anything else beyond Kiosco? No?
Están surgiendo. No, sobre todo porque tomás tanto los niveles
Because you are looking at alternative, associative approaches, networking, what is emerging in this space. So you are working inside and outside. So I think that is quite a unique characteristic in your project. Yes, it is unique in that sense. And that is because there are no other spaces. And one thing has led to another one. It's like an organic process. That's why. We don't want to perpetuate ourselves in time as people who do different things that are different. We want others to take over and to also be the avant-garde and to go into new residency programs. There are still some preliminary plans, but they still have no support.
No, yo le iba a preguntar, ya así paso a Pablo en un segundo.
I was about to ask Pablo,
¿Cómo fue la experiencia, digamos,
what
del
was the
encuentro
experience
donde
like in
no sé
this
cuántos
meeting
espacios de
where
residencia
you had
diferentes,
so
pero fueron
many
muchos,
residence spaces? You had
¿cuántos?
actually many of
Más de
them,
20 espacios. ¿Y
more than
qué
20
significó
actually.
eso?
What did this
¿Qué
mean
lugares,
to
qué
you?
cosas en común, qué
What are
situaciones,
the things
digamos,
in common?
se
What
pueden
are the
compartir? ¿Se piensa
situations
que hay
that
una
you
red
can share?
alternativa para
Do you
generar
think
arte?
you can have an alternate network to generate art? Well, as a network, I think this was the first step to create a network and to connect different spaces. I think we have a tradition of a lot of competition where projects compete among them instead of working together. Now we are seeing a few experiences of collectives being organized in Argentina, people who come from different spaces in art. The invitation came because we had to do something with residencies, and it came from being a small part in a fair in Cordoba to become a meeting because they wanted to have a more federal aspect and not to leave anybody outside arbitrarily. So I proposed this meeting, and there were resources to invite some, and the rest of the spaces were also invited. We actually invited some 25 very diverse projects. 21 of them went there on their own, and this was a first step for them to get to know and to share a meal. It was a sort of a residency to go beyond the virtual space, share a space for thinking, and there is a very small agenda of items that we have in common. Items that have to do with financing projects. And I was thinking about two things by listening to Benjamin. I met Raquel at that meeting, and Benjamin's projects are very different, actually, from what we are used to seeing. There are two things, and one is I listened to him, and he is asking a lot of questions about art, and my feeling is that being in a more early process, I still have not been able to ask questions. I am still in the subsistence part. I still build, and this would be a stage, a later stage, for me to be able to ask questions for the project. Additionally, we have something similar. We are formal in one aspect, but very informal in the other, and the artists are working with us, have the key to the facility. There's a total trust in the people. We don't really know them. It's a trust of, here's the key, take the key, you can come and work 24 hours a day, anytime you want. These are our common coexistence rules, but that's okay. And so this is a situation contained within professionalized people in the world of art, and it's extrapolated to any person who can come and do whatever they want. I was listening to you and I was thinking, how can you manage that? That is a question for you too. How can you manage a lot of people coming to do whatever they want in this very open place? It's a very complex question, even if you just subscribe it to the area of art. And I think we need to wrap up. I would like to thank the members of this panel. It was a very interesting panel, as the rest of the panels. I would also like to thank the technical staff who have acted wonderfully. The streaming worked wonderfully. I would also like to congratulate all of those of you who are on the streaming facility, to people from Anilla Cultural, coordinated by the Cultural Center in Spain, that is recirculating this to a series or a number of other institutions in Europe and in the American continent. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. We would like to meet you tomorrow at 3 so that we can end earlier tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Any kind in this incredible and rich diversity of the people and the cultures all living together. This biennale has an important role in the world. exactly what time was the first time she saw the art.
El arte es expresión.
Um modo de inclusão.
Que sea gratuito.
Refleja la cultura del pueblo.
A democratização da arte ajuda a sociedade a crescer.
All South America together.
It's a great opportunity to show unity to the world.
Art is part of the life.
Y es que puedas no preguntarle a nadie que lo que haces vale la pena, vas a ser un artista.